Aurora City Council for Monday, June 22nd, 2026 is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman.
Here.
Councilmember Andrews. Councilmember Andrews.
Here.
Councilmember Bergen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Hancock.
Here.
Councilmember Horton.
I'm here.
Councilmember Jackson. Here. Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Medina.
Here.
Councilmember Wiles. Here. There's a quorum.
Please join me in an invocation. O Lord, our God and our Father, we come to you and we ask that you look upon this particular gathering tonight to keep us safe and guide us in our decisions. Bless our city with honorable citizens, industry, sound education, and good government. Unite our community together, even though we come from different backgrounds. We pray that there'll be justice and peace in our city. Give the city council and citizens the wisdom, direction, and sensitivity to the business and proceedings before us tonight. Hear us, therefore, as we commit this meeting to the help of our entire community. Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. A land acknowledgement. City of Aurora acknowledges that we gather on the territories and ancestral homelands of the Cheyenne, Ute, Arapaho, and Lakota peoples past and present. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Indigenous peoples have remained committed to the stewardship of this land over many centuries. As these words of acknowledgement are spoken and heard, the ties that these nations have to their traditional homelands and to their vital place in the ecosystem are renewed and reaffirmed, and we are called upon to be better stewards of the land we inhabit as we continue to meet the needs of our entire community. Executive session. During executive session, we discussed potential litigation. Is that good? Yeah. Okay. Motion is in order for the approval of the minutes for June 8, 2026.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
I do have an amendment, so I'll move to approve, and then I'll make the amendment once we have a second.
It's moved by Mayor Pro Tem Coombs, seconded by? Andrews. Seconded by Councilmember Andrews. Discussion?
Yes, Mayor. On page 11 to 12, when we're discussing the public defender ordinance, actually, I think it's at the bottom or the top of 13. At the end of that section, it has the motions a little mixed up regarding the supplemental, the budget supplemental. So I would just ask that we put the amendment before the motion to approve the item, and read that as approve the Bergen amendment, because right now it reads as approve the supplemental, and that's not what we were approving. And then for the adoption, move the supplemental as amended.
No.
And those, just to switch the order, because right now it shows votes on the amendment that were actually the votes on the ordinance, and votes on the ordinance that were votes on the amendment. It's just a little mixed up.
Further discussion on the Coombs amendment to the June 8th, 2026 meeting minutes? Seeing none, call for the question as, do we have to vote on the amendment first?
Well, let's check with Katie. Katie,
Yeah, we'll look at the minutes and make sure that they're correct with those votes. Pete, can we just do a friendly amendment instead of having to do a whole?
sure.
Okay.
Since you drafted them, and then we'll make sure the friendly amendment will match whatever's in the record.
Okay, yes.
Very well.
So just vote on the minutes as potentially amended.
Further discussion on the motion, on the Coombs motion on the minutes for July 8th, 2026, the adoption of the minutes?
June 8th.
Oh, June 8th, 2026. Seeing none, call for the question on the Coombs motion on the adoption of the meeting minutes for June 8th, 2026.
Mayor Kaufman,
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Bergen,
She's saying she's having an issue with her technology. So I don't know if she'll vote.
Councilmember Horton. Thank you. The motion passes to adopt the June 8th, 2026 meeting minutes.
Adoption of a motion is in order for the adoption of the agenda.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
so moved.
It's moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Andrews.
Second by Councilmember Andrews to adopt the agenda. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of the agenda.
Mayor Kaufman,
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Bergen, Councilmember Horton,
Yes.
the motion passes to adopt the agenda.
Okay, City Attorney, public comment announcement. Oh, what's that? I'm sorry.
Hand me the statement. Sure. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Pete Schulte, City Attorney, as the parliamentarian. Council has asked me to just go over the rules of public comment, the remainder of the items for the agenda. If you're here to speak on any agenda items, several of you have signed up, but the public comment section is just for those items that are not on the agenda. And the reason that's important is that if you want your comments to be recorded in what we call the record, it needs to be spoken during that actual agenda item and not during public comment. So if you come up to the podium and start talking about an agenda item, you'll probably be interrupted and say, hey, this is an agenda item that it's not appropriate to speak during this time. And this is the rules that council has. Council has established this public forum to receive input from the community. The public invited to be heard portion of the meeting is limited by council rules to a total of 1 hour, with each speaker allotted 3 minutes. Speakers signed up to comment on agenda items also limited to 3 minutes, and the comments must relate directly to the item that's being considered. All participants are expected to observe the same standards of decorum as the City Council. Personal attacks, disruptive behavior, and demonstrations are not permitted. Please show respect to all speakers, regardless of whether you agree with their comments. But please allow everyone the opportunity to be heard. Speakers who exceed the 3-minute time limit will reduce the opportunity for others to speak. Please be considerate of your fellow residents preparing your comments. Additionally, please refrain from using profanity, as children may be watching the meeting. Mayor.
Public invited to be heard.
Median Schaffner, followed by Aonte Anderson.
This week marks 2 years since the community has been coming to this council to express and address concerns, cries, and pain from the loss of life by the police. Some things have changed since that start of this journey. We've seen a change in leadership of the city. And we also, interestingly enough, saw a change in the police chief that was initially here when we started this journey. The change in the police chief came through a lens that was inequitable, non-transparent, and has perpetuated the problems that we continue to see with the police. One thing that has not changed is the consistency of the community. One thing that will never change is the grief of the people who have to suffer every single day because their loved one is gone. Every holiday, every birthday, every moment of celebration becomes tragically beautiful. What changes we need to see are a shift in the culture of this city. Policing is a symptom of leadership of a city. We've heard other community members talk about Newark, New Jersey in this chamber. This year, Newark, New Jersey has had only 5 homicides year to date. 5. Because what they did is they didn't just sit idle, they actually changed the way that the city was ran. So on this week that marks 2 years, I want everyone to hear me when I say, cheers to another 2, and another 2, and another 2, and another 2, until we get the changes that this city deserves. We will not stop. We will only continue to get stronger because this community is now building a coalition of families that are experiencing this pain. And there's none of you on this dais that can deny the power of that coalition. Fire Todd Chamberlain, period.
Aonte Anderson, followed by Tanya Tabachek.
So I was prepared to come up here and give you a reference to a song from Tony Tone, Do You Know What Today Is? Median has eloquently stated that it is our anniversary. I wish it was not. However, I'm going to talk about safety. Safety from one of the most pressing things harming you as council members today. Plastic screw cap water bottles. Today, 2 people walked into a chamber. 1 person was already sitting there. And your chief of safety, individual black guy in the back with a bow tie on, he came up to Median and said, plastic screw cap water bottles are not permitted in this chamber. But if you can afford the $45 Stanley Cup, you can bring that Stanley Cup into the chamber with no issues. You see how petty that is and stupid that is that I'm having to talk to you about city council not allowing plastic screw cap water bottles? I ain't ever been in any other public meeting where you got to get into it with somebody on security about plastic screw top water bottles while your city staff is going to drink out of this.
I have one, and I'm white.
And they didn't check her. And your security, plainclothes security over here, had a water bottle and walked in with it. When addressed, we went to him and said, we need Earth's mightiest defenders, the Avengers, to assemble because there is a threat to the city council. There is a plastic screw cap water bottle behind you right now. Not on this side of the dais, behind you. And he didn't even want to address it. He stood there while all of you came onto the council dais. Your lives were in jeopardy. And him or his staff did not act. But I want to ask the council a question. And I'm not going to do it. So Pete, I'm not going to do it. But I'm going to put that over here so he don't try to rush up here. But what do you think is going to hurt more? The plastic water bottle or me throwing the Stanley at you? If I was actually going to try to harm you with a water bottle, which one would you want to be hit with? The plastic water bottle or the $45 Stanley Cup? I think the answer is pretty simple. Hit me with the plastic water bottle any day of the week over a $45 Stanley Cup. But what does that say to the citizen of Aurora who is unhoused and only has a screw cap water bottle? What does that say to the single mother who has been using the same smart water bottle for the last week and is only going to use that water bottle? What does that say to the student or the young person that walks in here, just came from the convenience store with a screw cap water bottle, and they're being told that they can't even have water in their own council chamber? All of your faces are in shock because you didn't even know about it. We asked to speak to his supervisor and he refused.
Tanya Tabachek, followed by Paige Dayton.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. First thing I wanted to talk about was the Aurora Fest this past 19th or whatnot, this past weekend. I went and I really enjoyed it with my brother. He loves going, and there's a lot of food vendors and so forth. What I really liked was I was trying to always look to see if I could find like the police chief or the fire chief or someone around, and the council members and so forth around, so I could just see you guys around the community and not up there. And it was nice. I actually found the booth, and it was nice to run into Councilman Wiles and Janina. And actually, they both actually had a normal conversation with my brother, treating him like a regular person, just talking to him. And we had good conversations about maybe coming up with ideas about having real people with the police interacting and having training with real people, not actors, when they get agitated or antsy and flip out and whatever, and how to work with them and calm them down and not be scared about shooting them or whatever, which sometimes I get nervous at with my brother, Charlie, to the fact that it goes in the flow of, in California, the whole thing with the dog that was in his house, and the lady has a dog, and she's like, guy's like, is it dangerous? And like, no, and next thing you know, the dog goes out and gets shot 4 times. It's like, okay, you never know. A kid's agitated, you don't know what's gonna happen, which scares me sometimes with my brother out in the public or something. So that's one thing. And then with the fireworks, I know that Councilman Coombs was talking about the fireworks. You could, it doesn't matter what you do. They were in down my seats, my 6th and Kenton. They're just, so I don't know what you're gonna do with that, because you say they're allowed, but it has to be on the ground, but they're still shooting up in there. So I don't know, and I'm concerned about the drought, and especially if it's near our houses, and we have a school in the backyard, which had a lot of grass, and so I'm concerned about that as well. So it just seems like there's some things that are going around, and I don't know how you're gonna work that out with that, because they're gonna do it regardless if you ban them or not, or so I don't know how you would do that. So thank you for your time and patience.
Paige Dayton, followed by Tristan Hust. Tristan Hust, followed by Jeffrey McFarland.
At the last city council meeting, you heard from various people about the concerns of citizens here in our beautiful city of Aurora. I was one of those people, and you heard from the Lewis family, again, still fighting for justice 2 years after Kylan was gunned down by APD officers while he had his hands up. You've heard from people talking about everything from potholes to zoning, but for the last 2 years, you have had to hear about tragedy inflicted by the systemic racism you still allow to be woven into the fabric of our diverse city. You have been hearing about the violence the police force has been using on our community. You heard from one of the families who resided on 1568 Nome Street, just a few blocks from my place, who were forcefully evicted from their homes by a gang unit the day before school started. These were not gang members. These were families with children. I was there. While they were losing everything, they fed me, despite not knowing where they and their children were going to sleep the next night. You heard people and organizations calling for the firing of the well-known racist police chief Todd Chamberlain, put into place with zero input from the community by our city manager, Jason Batchelor, who doesn't even live here. There are too many things to talk about in 3 minutes, but for now, let's start here. Let's talk about our city manager for a moment. Jason Batchelor does not live in Aurora. He does not send his kids to our schools. He does not drive our potholed streets or worry about gang units showing up at his door. He does not live in a neighborhood patrolled by drones. Yet he made the unilateral decision to install a police chief with a documented history of racist conduct, and he did so without a single community hearing, without input from the very people who would have had to live under that chief's command. That is not leadership. That is a failure of accountability. And now you're wanting to place him in an office that is supposed to hold police officers accountable. This was decided unanimously last time and will likely be finalized tonight. But for the last 2 years, we have seen how our city manager uses his power. He uses it to give control to racists in the most diverse city in this state. I've been coming to these meetings for 2 years, as Median had let us know earlier. The names have not stopped. The families have not stopped grieving, and they have not stopped showing up. And I will not stop showing up until Aurora decides that Black and brown lives here matter as much as they do anywhere else. Thank you.
Jeffrey McFarland, followed by Carol Baker.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Most of you already know that my name is Jeffrey McFarland and that I'm a resident of Ward 1. So maybe not necessarily to the council members that disagree or don't like listening to the words I have to say, but more to the children that may be watching at home. Did you know that our city manager, Jason Batchelor, makes $350,000 a year? Did you know that our police chief, Todd Chamberlain, makes $250,000 a year? That's $500,000 a year between two of the most useless fucking assholes I've ever ever met in my entire life. In the same way that I don't think a city manager can, unfortunately, as some of my allegedly more progressive council people have put it recently in the press, I don't think you can technically be part of a community. In the same way, I don't think you can technically be homeless. The reason that I don't think that you can sleep at a homeless shelter every Friday night and act like you know what that means, what it means to be homeless, the same reason I don't think that you can manage a city that you don't live in, except for technically you do, is because you don't understand the ins and outs, the intricacies, the potholes, the anything. Like, I'm not saying you're not gleaning insight. I'm not saying you're not even doing a necessary research project. But what I am saying is that for you to look me in the face and tell me that we both have the same stake in the same parts of Aurora is bullshit. I live in the neighborhood that you let one of your fucking rogue council people sick a pedophile president on. I live in that neighborhood. And I just don't understand. The thing I really don't get from people that claim to have the moral high ground in any given decision of situation or choice is, for the kids watching at home, Police Chief Todd Chamberlain was part of the LAPD. He says he's proud of his work with the LAPD during its tenure and the Rodney King beatings. That department, the LAPD, paid out a lawsuit. They paid a lawsuit out that said Todd Chamberlain let racist shit happen underneath his watch. That happened. It's not a debate. It's not a fact. It's not conjecture. It's not whatever. That happened. And Jason Batchelor, your superior, looked at that guy and said, he's right for Aurora. Why? For what purpose? Could it be because Jason Batchelor and Art Avocado or Avocado, whatever the fuck his name was, and the last police chief even before Todd? Could it be that they all knew each other? Could it be that they're all cronies of some kind? Could it be that they met in LA or Texas or whatever police department it is that they met at, and now they're all like stuffing themselves into Colorado for the sake of saying they give a shit about Aurora? I don't think they do, because I don't think that the so-called progressives amongst us have done enough to actually prove that they give a shit about the stances we say we care about. Fucking fire Todd Chamberlain, shut down the Geo Center, and why don't you actually pay for the homeless to have somewhere to live instead of cosplay, you fucking asshole.
Carol Baker, followed by Maya Willer.
Good evening, Carol Baker, Ward 5. I'm here to give you a 3-minute break from some of the other disruptive comments that you have to hear during these council meetings. But I want to talk about a project that's coming up in the future. I understand we are looking at a project that's going to help the looks of our city as we drive through our city and as out-of-towners come through our city, and that is to improve the looks of the wooden fences along the backs of residential neighborhoods that face our major thoroughfares. I look forward to that being something that's going to be improved. I wonder about the manner in which we could go about that, and I think there's going to be different levels of different approaches we can take. Some are residential areas that are managed by an HOA. My neighborhood is not. Some of these neighborhoods are also having their residential area backing up to a major thoroughfare. In my neighborhood, it's backing up to a road that drives through our neighborhood, but not necessarily a major thoroughfare that's controlled with traffic lights or anything like this. So I'm wondering if, when we approach this, we can approach it differently based on what kind of neighborhood it is. And then as some good things happen, if we can kind of gather the information that seems to be effective to pass that in big projects and see how we can pass that on to smaller projects. For instance, an example of something that worked very well, I think, a few years back is when I attended a course, a one-day class at Mission Viejo Library that the water department put on about how residents can do xeriscaping in their yard to use less water. Maybe we're still going to have a sprinkler system, maybe we're still going to water our lawn, but maybe it's going to be a smaller area. Maybe it's going to be with a type of grass that doesn't need as much. water. But also, if we're going to have another area that's just served with a little bit of a drip system, the water department told us what Aurora City rules were about how large an item can be if it's going to be a feature in your yard. For instance, I believe if it's going to be a decorative boulder in the middle of a rock garden, it has to be no more than 18 inches high. Things like this. So I learned about that, and I was glad to know that people who had done some research and knew the best thing to do could point us in the right direction as residents. In my neighborhood where we don't have an HOA, I would like to have opportunities to learn what I can share in our neighborhood among our neighbors about the best coating to put on a wooden fence if we're going to replace it, if we're going to replace it with something else. If we can hire a contractor that maybe HOAs hire, maybe you can get a list of folks who have done some good work and we can have some of their references. So things like that, if we can build on something that's worked before, if we can use that, I'd like to see us be able to collaborate and make some improvements in our whole city. Thank you.
Maya Wheeler, followed by Kirk Manzanares. Maya Wheeler. Okay, Kirk Manzanares, followed by Kiowa Lewis.
There's a plastic water bottle in here.
All right. My name is Kirk Manzanares, and I'm here to run a few numbers by you. 497 days, 8 days, 134 days, 865 days. Does anybody know what those numbers represent? Well, I'm here to ask you, what side of history are you going to be on? Are you going to work with the city council to make this the best city in the state of Colorado? Or are you going to continue to work against each other and not get the job done? Because in 497 days, your term will be up. And what part of history will you be on? Will you go out in glory that you've done everything you can to make Aurora the best city that it is? Or will you go out in a ball of fire and with your head between your legs and a box walking out the back door? I believe that the first thing that needs to happen when the contract is up, that Todd Chamberlain needs to go. There was no community involvement whatsoever in hiring Todd Chamberlain. If you remember back the day that you guys said that you were going to confirm him, we stood up and we said, we will not forget, and then we shut it down. We will not forget, shut it down, we will not forget. We have not forgotten. There has been 4 new city council members and Ruben reelected. And in 497 days, there will be 5 new city council members elected and the mayor. So I really want you to think about what side of history you're going to go out. Is your years of service going to go out in glory, or are you going to go down in flames? You know, the country is changing, and in 864 days, the country's really going to change. In 134 days will be the midterm elections. I'm really not satisfied with who showed up at Aurora Fest. I had brought t-shirts for you guys to wear for PACMO, which was Positive Aurora Community Movement. And I want you to think about starting with that. Get behind turning this, how other people in the metropolitan city talk about Aurora. Are you going to be a part of changing that? or are you going to just turn your back on that? Because here's an opportunity to really do something good. And I only seen 3 city council members attend at Aurora.
Kiowa Lewis, followed by Paul Munoz.
It's been 2 years since this journey started, but I want to start here first. I would consider myself a really good chess player, right? I'm so good to the point where I get beat, but it's very rare. But one thing I love about chess is all the pieces that are in it, right? So we're going to do a chessboard of life. You got your politicians, you got your Aurora council members, you have your Bloods, you got your Crips, you got your police, you got your vice lords, you got your kids, you got people who are advocates. You get so many people. But my favorite pieces on the chessboard is not the knight, the bishop, the rook, the pawns, the queen, or anything like that. It's actually the person that's controlling it, right? So we have one side where, you know, the white, they always go first, right? But the thing I love about that is when you let white go ahead and expose their hands, this is where we get to come to a part where you get to see how the game is going to play out. So with the defense you have, you can actually set it up so good to where it's an offense at the same time. So the white, I look at it as Satan, right? I look at blacks as the black pieces as Yahweh, right? Or it could be vice versa, however y'all want to do it. It doesn't matter. The point I'm going to make here is, regardless of what people are going through when they come in these chambers and they deal with these law enforcement outside, it's all going to get exposed to the point where we are all going to have one king, where it's going to have one ruler. That's it. You know, everything else perish. So this is why I love chess so much. We see, I'm speaking on behalf of all the people that have dealt with unjustified police activity. Just know, you don't see it now, but when I tell you that it's forming to where all these people, whether it's your town hall, city council members, the police, you know, your public servants, or whatever the case is, they all have a day of price to pay, right? We all have a price to pay. I love chess so much to the point where it helps me analyze how to move throughout life. I thank the Most High that a lot of people that have lost their lives are no longer here, because this world is about to go to hell. It really is. And the ones that are genuine and God's people, they don't have to experience the hand of Satan, right? So a lot of y'all don't understand that. We get up, I see y'all get up here, you make Mike Kaufman, you know, you get up here, you say this scripted prayer or whatnot, but that's between you and him.
Paul Munoz, followed by Della Jordan.
Hello, council members. Paul Munoz. I seem to have the good fortune of following. I was here on the 17th. November passed, and Median and the lightning force that comes with that seems to change the whole dynamic of the room. And I apologize. I came on a completely different matter, but I must acknowledge their pleas and their cries and their grand momentum before I go into something on a personal note. So thank you all to that force. So for several years to Aurora City Council members in the past, in concept, it came as compassion in action, CIA. It is called Aurora Works Initiative now in its formal presentation that I hope that the council members will bring to an agenda. I believe that it is, I know that it is an integral part that will become a part of your navigation center. It's the Aurora Works Initiative, AWI. It's a proposed community workforce and stabilization initiative designed to provide employment, skills training, transitional support services, and long-term housing pathways for Aurora residents experiencing housing and employment instability. I believe that if you it takes 2 minutes. We wrap this up as quick as you could possibly do it. Easy read. I've had members of the community look at it. Sorry about the cup, no intention meant. The force, I believe we have the buy-in. I believe the community will go forceful. I believe some of the issues that were brought here this evening can be addressed through this. So I'm not going to belabor it, but for many years it's been rolling, and I believe now is the time. I believe now, a sense of it and what your direction can be is standing before you as a viable part, an integral part, and I hope that you will give it serious consideration and bring it formally before as an agenda item or however you need it to go forward. Thank you.
Katie, can you get Mr. Munoz's information for me, please?
Yes. Della Jordan, followed by Laura Gonzalez.
Della Ann Jordan, 70 years old, Aurora Navigation Center, Police Department, and Adams County DA. I have not received assistance for my physical assault 224-26. No victims advocate, nothing. I have spoken to Jim, CEO of Advanced Pathways. Dale and Guy, complicit to the assault, remains at the center. Still no name to the female who actually assaulted me because Dale and Guy told her to. APD not trying to identify her suggests that the Navigation Center tell them her name, show them her clarity card. I had to get a caregiver because I'm still suffering with health problems. Sunday, a different Jim said he would have me suspended because I dried my clothes 5 minutes past 9 a.m. He cursed and threatened me because I am a female. There were 3 men in the laundry room, but nothing was said to them. Recently, I found out that guests notified the labor board because the center had been forcing the Tier 2 guests as volunteers to work without being paid. According to the center, this was the only way to keep a bed and remain in Tier 2. My information is that the labor board states this is unlawful. June 5th of 2026 at 8 to 8:30 p.m. Friday movie night, I came down the long hall and had to go to the ladies' restroom. Alicia appeared to be applying her makeup. She said that she was cleaning, she had just cleaned the toilets. Okay, so she tried to throw me out by grabbing my forearms and pushing me backwards, telling me to get out. I told her I had to use the restroom really bad, so then she pushed me in my chest, pushing my walker, which has wheels on it, pushing me towards the door. Then she calls me a bitch. As I'm in the restroom stall, then I hear a man's voice. Couldn't make out the words. Then I hear another female who said, "Where they at?" The female then decided to kick in 7 stalls, slamming the doors. Then she gets to my stall and opens the door, steps inside, and says, nothing. Just stands there and stares and watches me pee. Then another female comes, calls me a bitch. Okay, basically I filed a formal grievance and complaint and gave it to all the high staff members and told them I expected to get a response from them, and I will take it from there.
Laura Gonzalez, followed by Christine Dayton. Laura Gonzalez. Christine Dayton. Christine Dayton. Okay, Yvonne Yap. T Tag, followed by Cassandra Hill.
Hola, Pindes. So, Ms. Jordan here has touched on our mayor staying at the shelter, the navigation center every Friday, or whatever it is, since February. And if you did that, then there probably wouldn't be sexual assaults going on and other things going on like that, would be my guess. And you know what? I really, really wish you'd stop going on media tours about your navigation center that is not up to par, and quit trying to sell that, because I know you have something invested in that, and I'm going to find out what it is. And every time you lie, I hope you get diarrhea during rush hour for a week straight. And everybody else up there that lies, I hope it happens to you too. Now, have you ever heard of Schweidenfreider syndrome? I bring that up because it's a 1944 era type of vernacular, and you seem to get off on that. And that is the pleasure of getting off on other people's misfortunes. And not, obviously, by your actions, that's something that you do. Have you bothered to look at my wheel of power and privilege that I handed out weeks ago? Anybody? Bueller? No, I'm guessing not. So this week I've also brought along other fun little ditties for you. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Also appreciate it if you touch some grass and look at that while you're also looking at the wheel of power and privilege. And enjoy your privilege that you speak so fondly of while you're doing that. If you truly want to understand PEH, people experiencing houselessness, then you can study things like root causes, inequality and inequity, redlining, and things like your thug gang Nazis, cops recruiting at KKK rallies, and things like that. Just saying. Now, I've also included 3 simple graphs from March of this year of 2026. If you are unable to read a graph, please seek some educational assistance. I'm not being mean, just being honest. These graphs are here to show you and your racist Nazi pig chief police that you have human kidnappings that have clearly increased under this Schittler regime. This causes stress in my community. It's wasting my tax dollars and my community resources. It causes my community to be unsafe and chaotic. And that is legit human trafficking that makes money-making scams in this situation worse. And just let me find out that your little dirty birdie hands are involved in any of these things, because I'm going to find out. Now, this right here is my binder. Consent decree and all kinds of articles are in here. I have articles where cops have changed their names. They can go back on duty after holding families at gunpoint in Aurora. Not for public knowledge. I have all 18 different things that cops have done that are not public knowledge. That's the, not that, buttercups. I'm on a roll.
Cassandra Heel, followed by Ali DeWales Marcano.
My name is Cassandra Heil. I'm with the Denver Aurora Community Action Committee, otherwise known as DACAC. In DACAC, we fight for a Civilian Police Accountability Council, otherwise known as a CPAC. A Civilian Police Accountability Council has the power to hire and fire police officers, from beat cops to chief of the police, write police policy, oversight policy, and control the budget, has the subpoena power to witnesses to gather evidence of police crimes and misconduct, and can indict officers for the crimes they commit. Those powers matter because the current system has repeatedly failed to hold officers accountable. The police cannot police themselves. We know that by the amount of murders they commit with no consequences from other cops when it happens. You've all heard the names Elijah McClain, Jordell Richardson, Kylan Lewis, Corey Dillard, Abibel Mason, Rashad Johnson, Rajon Belt Stubblefield. And this is not all of them. There are children being tried as adults. There are people brutalized and beaten by APD. A Civilian Police Accountability Council is not radical. It's actually a very, very reasonable thing to have in place. Our police department is racist and violent, and that's not just coming from me. That's coming from everyone that comes in here and gives their experiences with it. That comes from the state. The state, when they investigated APD after Elijah McClain. They found practices and patterns of racism and excessive use of force. Police Chief Todd Chamberlain needs to go. He's a part of the problem. He does not find his cops guilty when they murder someone. In fact, he even covers for them and spreads lies about the victims. He needs to be fired. We have a police crimes crisis on our hands. There are solutions to this. You, as the City Council, just needs to use your power to implement it. A Civilian Police Accountability Council would finally give people the authority to hold officers accountable when the current system refuses to do so. Thank you.
Joel Benjamin, followed by Lauren McLaughlin.
I feel like we're in a room of Aurora's luminaries tonight, both prominent people and those who are here to shine the light of those who've been taken from them by this city. And I do use that word deliberately, by. We continue to meet in this space because unspeakable crimes happen by this city. Tonight we have families of those killed by your police. I called them inept at one time, but I know better now. This is by design. This is their training. This is what they're here for. I spoke here, right here, in October of 2024, and I said that it had been 114 days since Kylan Lewis had been taken, thinking that 144 was too many. The right number would be none. He should be alive, raising his children, spending time with his family, doing things a person likes to do. That 144 is today 760. The folks who spoke before me are, of course, correct. I'd like to ask, not rhetorically, maybe you all talk about this another time, what is our hiring standard for police in this city? How do we actually find these guys? What is the process to figure out that they have previous records? Because they're clearly not qualified. Maybe there's a couple individuals in there, but the system of policing is so broken that where are we going to find people to have in those roles in the first place? Moving on, I want to point out for the record that all of the Donald Trump sycophants are absent from the dais tonight. The record should, however, reflect that we have in the audience Aurora State Legislator Mandy Lindsay here, who could otherwise be knocking doors for her competitive primary. We have a Ward 4 City Council member here, Juan Marcano, just not the one who currently holds this seat. At one time, I was a Ward 4 resident growing up. I don't think this counts as an elected position, but I was the chair of the Aurora Youth Commission from 2006 to 2008. So I guess there's almost as many of us here as there are Republicans absent. And I want to ask them, in their absence, what do you think your job is? Do you think your constituents don't deserve representation? I'm really proud of having grown up here. You've all heard that from me a million times, that the Aurora of my youth was a place people came, not necessarily because they wanted to, but because they got a chance at a better life. From all over the world, from all over the country, in a variety of economic and political and religious circumstances. Where are these folks?
Online.
Laura McLaughlin, followed by Jamesia Clark.
They've given up. They're like,
you're not supposed to respond directly to
Should have come over here, but I'm already here. Shouldn't get these, but here we are.
many nights I've stood up here and I kind of talked about what has happened with the lives that we've lost. What are we going to do to fix it, move forward? I'd like to stand against your SAVE program. I do believe that this is a wrong way to approach it. For one, your youth is very much afraid of the police. So having your police officers approach the youth is not a good idea because it's not going to have a good outcome, right? And this identifying, the way you're identifying the people that you want to put into the SAVE program, I feel is not proper, because if you can identify them as shooters, you're going to be arresting them. I believe that we need to make a change. Let's get involved in the schools. Let's get involved with the mentors, the nonprofits. Like Jason McBride's Impact is out here doing an amazing job, because I have a kid that he's literally saving this child's life. Like, work with the schools. Let's get I really don't know, but what are we gonna do to move forward? We keep talking about what happened in the past, but how are we saving these children? Because the children are really impacted. These 8th graders that watched their friend Jordell Richardson murdered are now becoming seniors this year. They're about to graduate and they're gonna come into the world. They're shattered. They're traumatized. And they're afraid of the police. How can the leaders of the city better this? How can we come together as a community and make a change? I keep talking about what happened, but what can we do to make it so it doesn't happen anymore? These children are traumatized by what they're seeing. They keep seeing it. It's not just Jordell. It's not just Jalen. It's not just Kylan. They are seeing it everywhere. And the country's seeing it. I literally go out of town and get told, Aurora, don't they kill black people out there?
Yes.
I'm horrified when I'm out of state, and that's what I get told when I'm like, oh, I'm from Denver or I'm from Aurora. I'm asking the city leaders, what can we do to change it? Let's get involved with the city leaders, the community, the nonprofits. Let's get some recreation centers. If you're, hit the streets, meet the kids.
Jamesia Clark, followed by Justin Dodds. Jamesia Clark. Okay, Justin Dodds.
Mayor, members of City Council and City Management, my name is Justin Dodds, President of Local 1290. I'm speaking today regarding the proposed 15.7% increase in ambulance transport by the private company Falck Ambulance and the impact this increase could have on all of Aurora residents. Based on the information presented, this increase would result in community members paying approximately $1,000 more per transport than residents served by many fire-based EMS systems across Colorado. Local 1290 understands the importance of maintaining a financially stable EMS system. However, we believe the burden placed on Aurora residents should be carefully evaluated, especially considering significant changes occurring at the level. In 26, Colorado legislator passed House Bill 26-1069, which takes effect January 1st of 27. This legislation expands reimbursement opportunities for ambulance providers, allowing reimbursement not only for ambulance transport, but also for treatment provided on scene. Given these upcoming funding opportunities, Local 1290 believes Aurora residents deserve clear understanding on why a 15.7 fee increase is necessary today and how future state reimbursement revenue has been factored into these decisions. Local 1290 respectfully asks City Council and City Management to fully evaluate the impact this increase will have on the Aurora residents, compare these fees to fire-based EMS systems throughout Colorado, and consider how the additional reimbursement opportunities created by House Bill 1069 may affect future costs. A $1,000 difference to transport cost is not insignificant to a senior on a fixed income, a working family, or a resident already struggling to pay for health care. Before placing additional financial burden on the community members, we believe the City Council should fully explore all available options, including whether a fire-based EMS transport model could provide a more cost-effective and accountability alternative for our residents. Thank you for your time.
Ryan Stitzel, followed by Craig Fruth.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Stitzel. I recently moved from Ward 1 to Ward 4. I'm a member of the Denver Aurora Community Action Committee, and I'm here to express something that you've heard in these chambers over and over. APD has a racism and excessive violence problem, and that problem exists at all levels, from top to bottom. The current chief of police, Todd Chamberlain, has a long documented history of excusing racism in the LAPD, a department whose racist brutality is known worldwide. The community, who had no say over Todd's appointment, has come forward with a clear demand: fire this racist police chief. Furthermore, let the people decide how he's replaced and by whom. Better yet, let everyday civilians be in charge of every aspect of policing, from budget to policy, from hiring to firing, and all the discipline in between. The community deserves a say. Your predecessors didn't give the community a say. We ended up with a racist police chief who's actively covered up the racist murders of half a dozen of our neighbors. Many of those council members lost their positions for their betrayal of the community, and many of you took their places on a platform of fighting against police violence. Here we are again, though, with the community still being ignored and a racist police chief still in office. The community deserves a say. While some council members have town hall or two and think they know what the community wants from its police, DACAC has weekly meetings and weekly outreach to communities most impacted by police violence, and we've been doing it for years. When we say that the community supports firing Todd Chamberlain, we know that from talking to them. When we tell you that the community overwhelmingly supports Democratic control over all of policing, that's informed by thousands of conversations out in the streets of this beautiful city. We believe that the community deserves a say because we've heard what they have to say, and it's miles better than anything this council could come up with. Having the city manager that appointed Todd Chamberlain in the first place also appoint the person who's supposed to provide oversight in his department is laughable. The community deserves a say. Until the community has the ultimate say over every aspect of policing, DACAC will continue this fight for that very thing. You can take major steps towards fulfilling that goal by meeting a more immediate demand. Remove the spit that the previous council put into the face of the people and fire Todd Chamberlain. But don't stop there. Every ounce of power in this process that is surrendered to the people will serve to better our city dramatically. You can do your part to help, you can get out of our way, or you can go on record opposing this popular and righteous demand for community control and accept the consequences of that betrayal like your predecessors did. The choice is yours.
Craig Fruth. Craig Fruth. Followed by Hashim Coates.
My name is Craig Fruth. I have a story about the Aurora Police and the Aryan Brotherhood committing crimes of conspiracy as one. Everybody in this room should know who Tiffany Durst is, the murder of Tiffany Durst and her boyfriend that was directly related, directly caused by the Aurora Police. Tiffany Durst and her boyfriend. I had a nice house in Centennial. My father, who was a billionaire, didn't want me to own that house. My father sold his business 30 years ago for $1.2 billion. How much corruption could he do in Aurora with that much money? I'm going to tell you. My father didn't want me living in a nice house in Centennial. He bought me a house in Aurora, out by the Spring Hill Golf Course. I told him I didn't have a driver's license. What am I going to do out there? He sent me, I said, how am I going to get to work? Sent me a picture of a mop bucket with a guy propelling himself with a leaf blower. Okay? He thought that was funny. Okay, my dad bought me that house so he could get me out of the house in Centennial. Then he put a phone in my pocket. Next thing I know, I'm being stalked on Mississippi Street. I see the same guy on a motorcycle 3 times in 24 hours. Tell me what that guy wants from me. I'll tell you. He wants to give me methamphetamine. Why? Because my dad wants to send me to state penitentiary. Why? I'll tell you. Because he wants me out of the house he just gave me out by Spring Hill Golf Course so that he can then take it away from me. Because now I'm out of Centennial and the guy that he hired to feed me dope is now moved into my house in Centennial. That guy is named Shane Booth. He spent 13 years in federal penitentiary for conspiracy. He started feeding me dope. My father gave me a cell phone. That's how he tracked me. My father turned the camera on in my house while I was doing the dope. Gave the video of me doing the dope in my own apartment, in my own house, to the district attorney. Why is my father doing that? Because he wants me to be sent to state penitentiary, which is where I ended up. Right? I went to a case in Aurora for riding my neighbor's horse. That was the conspiracy previous one to the previous conspiracy I just told you about, because the previous conspiracy, riding my neighbor's horse, did not work, right? No personal injury, no property damage, no plea offer. Goes to trial. Why? I'll tell you why. Because they were going to have me, they were lying and wanting me to be sent to state penitentiary. But that didn't work. Shane Booth, federal convict, living in my house. Because when they had me smoking dope in my own house, I looked out my window and the Aurora police were all parked outside. Because they were tracking me by my cell phone. And now they gave me a laptop, now that I'm out of penitentiary, and now the laptop is in my bedroom. I've been on video for 6 years. I call 911, they won't take a police report from me. 20 crimes committed against me. Nobody will take a police report. Nobody. Craig Fruth. Nobody. I called 9, they stole my dog out of my car during my PSI report. My dog, because they knew they were sending me to state penitentiary. And I couldn't have any dependents so that they could send me to state penitentiary. They stole my dog out of my car and put a charge on me for cruelty to animals. All 4 windows were open, all 4 doors unlocked, a whole bowl of water to be drank.
Hashim Coates, followed by Robert
Shane
Lewis.
Booth, you're corrupt. He lives in my house. Shane Booth, federal convict, 13 years. Shane Booth. Tiffany Durst.
So first, I'd like to start off by saying Happy Pride to Allison Coombs, Pete Schulte, Mike Kaufman, and to the other allies that are up there as well. Also, while I'm here, I want to address community concerns. Community concerns I have as it relates to civil liberties. Long do I wish for the days of council being when Mayor Hogan was there. Ever since then, ever since we've had this change of guard, since the MAGA trash was elected to this office, this chamber has changed. Access has been restricted, and it's deplorable. For those who say they are constitutionalists and believe in First Amendment rights, the continuous suppression of that is disgusting, because the people, this is the people's house, and the people deserve to have a right on that. Also, speaking about community safety, I want to say I was personally disheartened when Debbie Stafford shared with me of an incident that she had with Mayor Mike Kaufman, and it was my belief that he assaulted her. And the fact that a man would ever put his hands on a woman for anything other than self-defense is disgusting. Now, while Debbie and I don't agree on lots of things, if I'd have been there, I'd have lost a foot up somebody's ass. Because that is not excusable, Mike. So, also, I want to address the spirit of the White Citizen Council that was up here that felt it was more important to talk about wooden fences as it was to acknowledge the pain of people who felt from their family being murdered at the hands of state officials, state-sanctioned murder. It's disgusting, and that is a tale that has happened for far too long, that we care about these picket fences more than we care about the lives of people. But the solution is for that to happen to her personally, so that she can then understand the pain that the families are going through on this situation. And then I say to my council members, how long must we beg, ask, tell, direct, state the facts that Todd has to go? I mean, if you do the math, I feel that something's up. Rodney King happened a long time ago. He was a senior officer back then. If you all are waiting for him to do some type of thing of retirement to allow him out with some type of full credentials, because he served long enough on that, I say shame on you. And I say you deserve the wrath that may come with that type of thing. Because this trash has to go. I have no idea why there is such this thing of we have to do things in this appropriate way. The appropriate way to address a situation, a wound or an injury, is to address the wound and the injury. Remove the knife and then begin treatment on the wound. A slow process out of a knife stuck in 9 inches, removing it 6 is not progress.
Robert Lewis, followed by Veronica Sebron.
I don't have too long to say anything, about a minute, but it seems to me y'all are out of uniform. Most of y'all, you forgot your Klan hat.
That's right.
You know, it's a daggone shame that you going to hell when this is over with. Too bad you won't change your ways and change your life so that your life could be changed and saved. But anyway, my son didn't deserve to die like this, as you know. My son was an angel. He still is an angel. But when y'all's wrath come, he gonna be there with me, sentencing y'all to hell in cages, that you will suffer the rest of your damn life for the shit you back. And sit there and tell people that they wrong for, oh, and the cop is right for shooting an unarmed person. I mean, this is really, you have no heart. You have no dignity. You have no spine. I just wanted to say that to you. Have a nice day.
Veronica Sebron.
First, I want to start by saying it was hard to get out today after being with my grandson for his very first Father's Day, fatherless. But then I remembered I'm not the only one, so I must come and speak to you guys tonight. I wanted to speak on the contradiction that we keep seeing in this city, a contradiction that is impossible to ignore, a contradiction we've seen tonight in these very chambers. We've seen an issue, and still it happened in your face and in my face. I didn't expect for you to still sit there and do nothing. We are asked time and time to support funding, support budgets, to support initiatives, to support you. But how can a community keep giving financial support, voting support, or any support where trust has been broken, where there's no clarity to real solutions to be in place to protect the very people you asked to provide support? You asked us to trust the process, but we don't see results. You asked us to stand behind you, but too often we feel unseen, unsupported, and told to sit with our own requests. And when it comes forward with non-monetary solutions rooted in lived experience and community wisdom and desire to prevent harm, we are denied, we are judged and ridiculed. We are told our voices are too loud, our grief is too heavy, our presence is too disruptive. But I am not here for backlash or get back. I am here to remind you who we are. We are the families, women, children, and elders who are unseen, unheard until votes are needed. We are the families labeled as mobs and goons until the city needs dollars, headlines, or photo opportunities. We are the same families that some of you once claimed we are only here for money. Well, I'm thankful that we have a stance to not be biased and we can still stand even when you are in need. And when you go to the streets, the shelters, the community spaces to connect, it is noticeable. It is noticeable when the goal is only to shake hands, kiss babies, and collect headlines instead of building solutions that save lives. Yet here we stand. We stand with backbones after burying broken pieces of our hearts. We stand with truth in our mouths and grief on our hands, while you show us time and time again that you cannot stand with a wishbone, wishing things were better instead of working to make them better. Our voices will not be silenced, and we will continue to stand for our liberty, to stand for our justice, and to ensure that it finally means for all. We are coming together And this is showing you unity. We decided to show by action. It would be nice for you to show with action.
Come on.
That was the last individual.
That was the last speaker?
Yes.
Mayor, can we take a brief recess?
Very well. Time is now 7:17. We will recess until 7:25 of time. Okay. The meeting of the Aurora City Council is called back to order. Next question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar on motions, items number 10C1 through 10C3. Motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem?
motion to approve the consent calendar items 10C1 through 10C3.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Second.
By Councilmember Andrews, to approve the consent calendar on motions of number 10C1 to 10C3. Discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of the consent calendar on motions item number 10C1 to 10C3.
Mayor Kaufman,
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Bergen. Thank you. The motion passes unanimously to adopt the consent calendar for motions.
Next question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar on resolutions and ordinances, item number 11A1 through 11B10. Motion is in order.
Mayor?
Councilmember Hancock?
Yes, Mayor. Would this be the appropriate time for me to pull one of these?
Yes.
That would be 11.
I'm sorry, 11 what?
I'm getting a little feedback.
What'd she say?
She should be back. Councilmember, we can hear you, Councilmember Hancock.
11?
11A11, is that correct?
That's correct.
Very well.
And Mayor?
Councilmember Horton.
Yeah, can we also pull 11A5?
Very well. Further discussion?
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
and also 11B7, 8, and 9.
11B7?
Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you say 11B7, 8, and 9?
Yes.
Thank you.
11B7.
8 and 9.
Oh, 11B7, 11B8,
9, so,
11B9.
yep.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I should do the ones that were pulled first, or?
Yeah, we'll do those. So we have a motion. We also have, the ones that are left, Katie, do we have any speakers? I don't think so, based on my notes, but.
Yes, we do. We have, we need a second for this motion.
Yeah, so we did, yeah.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
It was moved by,
Seconded by Councilmember Andrews.
Okay. And so now we'll hear speakers, Mayor, from the individuals that's still on the consent agenda.
Very well.
okay. The first item is 11A7, and the first speaker is Dre Chiriboga Flor. I don't have 11A11.
Thank you, members of City Council, for your time. My name is Dre Chiriboga Flor. I live in Ward 1, and I'm the Executive Director of Justice for the People Legal Center. We're a nonprofit law firm dedicated
Could you pull the microphone down just a little bit? Yeah, thank you.
Mayor and Pete,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt here? Mayor Pro Tem, did you pull 11A7? I did not. You did not, thank you.
Oh,
It's still on.
okay.
No.
Yeah, let's pull it.
So we're going to pull 11A7, so you guys, sorry, you guys always came down, but we'll call you back up after the current motion is on the floor. So
I tell you what, then, just let him go ahead. Let him go ahead, then. Yeah, go ahead.
So we're not going to pull it, so.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Now go ahead.
Now go ahead.
Now go ahead.
All right. My name is Dre Chidiwaga Flor. I live in Ward 1. I'm the Executive Director of Justice for the People Legal Center. We're a nonprofit law firm dedicated to fighting for the rights of renters and mobile homeowners across the state through impact litigation, grassroots organizing, and policy advocacy. I'm here in support of 11A, right? Yeah. Yes. To support the resolution for a rental registry in Aurora. As a community organizer, I've canvassed numerous apartment complexes, particularly in South Aurora. These are some of the stories I heard from a huge apartment complex made up of dozens of two-story buildings owned by a predatory corporate landlord. One resident said they had a gas leak that wasn't fixed for 3 months. Another said they didn't have a bedroom door, no locks on windows, no locks on screen doors, and didn't get anything fixed for 8 months. One woman told me a story where she had the boiler of the building in her closet and started suffering from the impacts of black mold. She finally opened the closet door and was able to put her finger through the wall because of how damp it was. These are just a few of the many, many stories I've heard, specifically in South Aurora. And while there is an inspection program that exists, unfortunately, there are landlords that have so much money that a slap on their wrist is not enough. There needs to be real material consequences for these landlords. If you're an irresponsible driver, you lose your license, you lose the right to drive. If you don't do your job, you don't get paid, you lose your job. If you're a bad landlord, you shouldn't be able to collect rent, and you actually shouldn't be able to be a landlord. While critical legislation at the state level has passed over the last 7 years, without enforcement and oversight, those laws are just words on paper. It's up to local governments to improve upon these laws, and one way to do this is through a rental registry program to complement the current inspection program. There's over 160 rental registries currently that exist in the US, and while most of them were initially created to be data-driven, the clear need here is to have oversight over predatory landlords that threaten the stock of existing housing. There is a lack of data, but more importantly, there is a public health issue in this city because of the lack of oversight. If you care about housing, health, affordability, youth, seniors, people with disabilities, and other impacted, marginalized communities, you will not only support this measure, but support the creation of a rental registry through their leadership of impacted communities. Regulating landlords actually is an issue of life or death for some. Aurora has a chance to improve the lives of thousands of people, and that's why we're here today. So to ask for your support. Thank you.
Douglas Evans, followed by Chad Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Doug Evans, a Ward 1 homeowner representing a coalition of Northwest Aurora residents advocating for a rental licensing program with real enforcement behind it. We've spent months working with renter advocate nonprofits on how comparable cities successfully implemented a rental program. 2 cited research briefings have been provided to all city council members for your review. What we're asking for tonight is grounded in what works. The council's decision to advance a rental licensing process is the right move, and I want to be direct about that word licensing, what it has to mean. A registry is just a list. It tells the city which properties are rentals, and that's it. A list cannot contact a landlord when a tenant won't engage with the city. A list cannot build a cross-departmental record that identifies and escalates chronic violators. A list cannot protect tenants moving into a unit that hasn't been inspected in years. Aurora's tenants and homeowners need more than a list. They need a licensing program for multifamily and for rentals. A successful licensing program for Aurora has 3 legs. 1, Access Aurora enhancement. That creates one persistent property record across departments, automatically notifies the landlord when a tenant won't engage, and flags repeat violators for escalation. 2, licensing and certificate of occupancy requirements that ensure rental units meet safety requirements, safety minimums before moving in. 3, a dedicated department, like Boulder's, that provides the follow-through that scattered departments currently do not sustain alone. As a cautionary tale, Denver launched its program in 2021 without this type of infrastructure. 5 years later, compliance sits at roughly 40% of eligible properties. Chronic violators outlast the fine structure, and this year, Denver is proposing to retreat to a complaint-based enforcement and cut its staff entirely. They are retrofitting what they didn't build in from the start. The licensing wasn't the problem, the infrastructure was. Aurora has the opportunity to do this the right way the first time. Our ask is straightforward: design the ordinance and the infrastructure together. And when the working group forms, make sure it includes homeowners, tenants, landlords, city attorneys, and relevant departments. That's the composition that will produce policy durable enough to last and effective enough to improve the current problems. Thanks.
Chad Johnson, followed by Sanda Sunny Binka.
Hi, I'm speaking in favor of the rental registration and licensing program this evening. First, I want to recognize housing is a basic human right. Running water is a basic human right. Consistent electricity is a basic human right. Functional plumbing is a basic human right. Living free of infestations and mold is a basic human right. Having functional climate control throughout the year is a basic human right. This resolution is about accountability and protecting tenants. For far too long, as you've heard already, landlords in Aurora have maintained substandard living conditions and let the basic utilities mentioned fall into disrepair and actively harm tenants and their well-being. There's also a widespread continuation of junk fees by landlords that is banned by HB 25-1090 and 25-1249. This program can help put a stop to these illegal practices. Many of the aforementioned landlords are also repeat offenders, as you've heard. It has been hard without a rental registry program to hold these landlords accountable quickly and consistently. This resolution will help turn the tide and ensure that they follow city code and Colorado law. The horrendous living conditions by these landlords disproportionately also affect people of color, our Latino and migrant communities, the latter being especially vulnerable. Many migrants in our community do not feel comfortable speaking up and reporting violations that landlords are committing, with ICE roaming around our city and the racist, fascistic Trump administration's full-fledged war upon them in process. This resolution would help empower the city of Aurora to protect them and keep their living conditions up to code and in line with Colorado law. Furthermore, we know that similar measures can be effective. We can point to numerous cities across the country, like Oakland, San Jose, Des Moines, and Seattle. But more importantly, we don't have to look as far. A few miles to the west of here, Denver has implemented a similar measure, although I believe we can take lessons from their program and implement an even better one here in Aurora that has infrastructure built out. Thank you to those who brought this resolution forward, and I urge the rest of the council to support this resolution and begin the process of registering and holding landlords accountable for living conditions across the city. We don't want another Edge at Lowry apartment situation ever happen again. Let's ensure it doesn't. Thank you.
Sanda Sunny Binka, followed by Juan Marcano.
Thank you. I just want to make it clear that I don't know that I'm part of the entourage behind me. So I'm here to just request that in regard to this resolution, as it moves forward, that you have at least a couple of realtors, perhaps, and a property manager or two at the table as you move forward with your requirements. Please understand these are groups that have dealt with it in other communities and see the pros and the cons and some of the what's not working. So that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Juan Marcano, followed by Gia Nias.
Good evening, Council. My name is Juan Marcano, and I live in Ward 4. I want to first begin by saying that I am noticing a pattern of absenteeism, and I just want to know why that is. But onto the subject here. The severity of the issues with slumlords in our city is nothing new. We have known about this. In fact, every single member of this body who has been serving from at least 2021 and on has known about this. In fact, 3 years ago, we had an opportunity to create a registry and licensing program after I sent you all photos of the horror show that was the Nome Street property. You remember that one, right, Mike? Yes? Do you remember?
Well, I wish I could comment because you're...
You can just nod. You don't have to fully respond.
Can you, is it possible you could...
Okay.
Okay.
It's just public comment.
Sorry, can we put a pause, I guess, while they figure out whatever conversation they're having here?
Can you defer to me to answer?
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. All right, we're good. So you all had an opportunity 3 years ago to create a registry and licensing program with teeth, but the majority at the time squandered it. The mayor and a former council member stated on the record that our current system is fine and that we didn't have any issues despite the photo evidence and the testimonies that were shared with them from directly impacted tenants. Former council member is still gone, but she was not the only one complicit in defending slumlords in Aurora. Councilmember Gardner, Councilmember Bergen, Councilmember Lawson also joined the mayor in protecting the slumlord. 6 months after that measure was struck down, the same properties that would have been directly improved and the slumlord held accountable were then used to slander and libel Aurora on the global stage by Trump. After realizing that maybe helping Trump drag Aurora through the mud was not in his best interest, the mayor had a change of heart, and it seems like now he's in the midst of another one. Coincidentally, he will also be on the ballot next year. I'm sure those two things are not related whatsoever. Now, whatever the reason that is leading to this change of heart, what matters most is that all of you up here use your power to do what is right and send a clear message to slumlords that Aurorans deserve safe and dignified housing and that slumlords are not welcome in our city. This resolution is a step in the right direction, but y'all already have an ordinance that you can pick up, modernize, and strengthen because the legislature over the last several years has given us even more tools that we can use to hold slumlords accountable. And I just want to shout out Representative Javier Mabry and Aurora's own Representative Mandy Lindsay for sponsoring many of those efforts. Everybody deserves safe and dignified housing. No quarter for slumlords. Get them out of our city. Thank you all for doing the right thing. You too.
Gia Nias, followed by Nasima.
Please proceed.
My name is Gia Nias, and I'm a housing attorney at Justice for the People Legal Center. I've been a housing attorney in Colorado for 4 years, representing tenants throughout the state, including in Aurora. And I'm here today to voice my strong support of the rental registry and licensing program. This type of program is an incredibly important tool in ensuring that the laws on the books, laws that say that if a landlord chooses to rent a unit, that unit must be livable, that those laws are enforced, and that the renters in Aurora are living in safe and habitable housing. As it currently operates, the legal field alone is not enough of an enforcement mechanism for warranty of habitability violations. There are simply not enough attorneys taking these cases. I work at a small nonprofit law firm, one of the few organizations that do take these cases. And we receive hundreds of intakes from renters asking for help with severe habitability violations. With our limited capacity, we can only assist a small fraction of these renters, leaving a huge number of renters in Aurora and across the state with legitimate claims and without legal representation. Even when we can assist and when we can pursue class action litigation to help all similarly situated tenants, the relief that these renters can receive takes years. which often translates to tenants in the meantime living either in substandard conditions or being displaced. And these are the tenants who are willing and able to fight to enforce their rights. Previously, when I was an eviction defense attorney, I saw too many tenants, including Aurora residents, facing horrible living conditions, but falling through the cracks. From a single mother who had no heat, so she and all of her children had to sleep together in the living room to stay warm. But because she rightfully feared retaliation, she was unwilling to pursue the legal recourses available to her. To a family that was already evicted, that could not get the evidence necessary to show rampant, unmitigated mold was causing severe respiratory and skin infections in themselves and their children. The rental registry and licensing program that would require compliance with code enforcement in order to maintain licensure would create accountability for landlords and prevent Aurora renters from living in unlivable and illegal conditions. I ask that you support this resolution. Thank you.
Nasima, followed by Yorkis.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Nasima, and I would like to share my experience living at Grace Apartment in Denver. I live on the border of Denver.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you move the mic down a little more? We're having trouble hearing.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Nasima, and I would like to share my experience living at Grace Apartment in Denver. I live on the border of Denver and Aurora. Grace Apartment was my first home when I arrived in the United States with my family. At that time, I was new here, and I was grateful to have a place to live. However, after only about 2 weeks, I started noticing many maintenance issues inside the apartment. There were problems with the heating system, kitchen stove, and light. During the winter, the apartment became extremely cold because of the heater was not working properly. I reported these issues to the management, but their repair process was very slow. Because of the cold, I had to buy a heater myself, which caused my electricity bill to increase significantly, sometime up to around $200 in 1 month. This was very difficult for my family. When I reported other issues such as the stove and lighting, I was often told that the problems were not emergencies, and then that I had to wait 2 to 3 weeks for repair as the tenant paying rent on the time. This situation was very challenging for me. Later, I learned about EC3 East Colfax Community Collective through a friend. EC3 was very helpful to me and to other residents who were facing similar housing problems. They supported us in understanding our rights as tenants and helped us communicate properly with the apartment management with their assistance. We were able to make formal complaints and ensure that our concerns were taken seriously. I am very thankful for EC3's support because they helped many residents who were struggling with housing issues and helped us understanding what is the right and what action we can take. After EC3 became involved with some of the issues were addressed, and later I also noticed that there was new management at Grace Apartment. Since then, improvements have been made and maintenance responses are now faster. I am sharing my experience today not to complain, but to give feedback so that housing, service, and living conditions can continue to improve for all residents in Aurora and Denver. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Yorkis, followed by Mauro.
Ahí voy poquito a poco. ¿Ya? Sí. Buenas noches, señor alcaldes y concejales.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Mi nombre es Yorky Ramos.
My name is Yorky Ramos.
El día de hoy vengo a exponerle el siguiente, que soy miembro de EC3,
I would like to share with you that I'm a member of EC3
residente de Aurora.
and a resident of Aurora.
Vengo a proponerle los derechos de alquilino y vengo a defender y a proponer los derechos de alquilino.
I am here to defend and propose the rights of renters.
Ya que hemos pasado muy malos momentos como alquilinos,
As we have had bad experiences as renters,
entre plagas, chinches, altos costos de renta, roedores, y los alquilinos, los arrendatarios no toman ninguna carta en el asunto.
as we had several bad experiences with mice, other insects, and bad conditions, and nothing is taken care by the landlords.
Queremos que se pongan la mano en el corazón y tomen en cuenta las alertas que tenemos cada día.
I would like for them to put their hand in their heart and to turn and look at the alerts that we are claiming.
Nosotros no queremos viviendas regaladas.
We don't want rent for free.
Queremos viviendas dignas, con mejores condiciones y menos costos.
We want a dignified housing or way of living with fair rent.
Para que haya menos gente en la calle angustiada cada día, ¿dónde van a dormir?
So that there's less people on the streets, anguish of not knowing where they will stay.
Ayúdenos, por favor, a aprobar esta resolución.
Please assist us on passing this resolution
En apoyo a los alquilinos. Muchas gracias.
in support of us renting those housings. Thank you very much.
No queremos más abusos de los propietarios hacia los alquilinos.
We don't want no more abuse from landlords to the renters.
Muchas gracias. Eso es todo.
Thank you.
Mato, followed by Letty.
Mal encuentro. Buenas tardes, concejales y personas presentes. Me dirijo a ustedes con mucho respeto.
Good evening, council members. I am here with respect.
Mi nombre es Leti Palomino, soy miembro de EC3.
My name is Leti Palomino, member of EC3.
Y soy una líder de la comunidad.
And I'm a community leader.
Primeramente, quiero un apoyo de ustedes también porque he platicado con mis vecinos y tienen muchos problemas con sus viviendas.
First of all, I would like your support as I have talked to my neighbors and they have a lot of issues with their housing. Yo la agarro.
Sí. Y yo les pido por favor también otra cosa, también si hay una solución para bajar poquito las rentas.
I also would like to talk to you and ask if there's a possibility that we can lower those rents for fair rent.
Porque ahorita está difícil la situación y muchas personas no están trabajando y no completan para su renta.
As the circumstances are difficult right now, a lot of people not working and not being able to achieve on completing a rent payment.
Ahí por favor les pido eso, si se pueden hacer algo y una solución para ayudar a mi comunidad.
Please, I am asking you for your support as I'm always willing to support my community as well.
Si yo tuviera dinero, yo ayudaba a toda esa gente, pero no tengo dinero.
If I had money, I would support all my neighbors having a hard time, but I don't have money.
Ahí les pido por favor y que Dios me lo bendiga y hacia adelante. Sí se puede, sí se puede. I am asking you, to support, and this can happen. Yes, it can happen. Yes, it can happen. Thank you very much. Bless you every day. Okay? Bye.
Mauro? He's like, okay. That is it for 11A7.
To 11A.
And for 11B6, we have Cassandra Hill.
Who's got one speaker on this one, 11B6?
Do you see her? Cassandra Hill for 11B6. Okay, that is all the speakers.
All right, so discussion.
Okay. But we still.
One discussion now, so put a motion on the consent. So now you can talk about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see, who moved it?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem moved it? Okay, so, the question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar on resolutions and ordinances, item 11A1 to 11A4, 11A6 to 11A10, 11B1 through 11B6, and 11B10, and 11B10. Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem. Who was seconded it?
Andrews, I believe.
Councilmember Andrews. Let me, in discussion, let me speak to the rental registration program, and that is, the intent of this is for everything that is not covered by the current inspection program. So it's apartment buildings at 8 units or less, rental condos, rental townhomes, and single-family detached rental homes. That is the focus of this. If Mayor Pro Tem wants to do something beyond that, it'll be in a separate proposal. But that is what we're looking at here. Further discussion.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
if I can clarify, this is not an ordinance, it's a resolution. And so we are going to be having conversations and getting input from the community. And then you, me, and whoever else may be involved can bring forward whichever ordinances they would like. So it may be that we come to the end of this process, and I want to bring forward an ordinance that you don't support, and that's okay, right? We can work together on doing the community outreach, and then we can bring forward the ordinances that end up making sense through that process of community engagement.
Okay. Further discussion. Councilmember Hancock.
Yes, under this resolution, I would like to, if it is appropriate, to offer a friendly amendment and or addition, because I'm looking at this resolution and it does not specifically detail the other stakeholders, that being property owners, realtors, property managers, as well as tenants. We want to be careful while we are dealing with the concerns surrounding affordability and the challenges that are legitimate that people face, and create lasting solutions, because we know this is going to be an ordinance at some point, that we need to also be aware that we're not being overly socializing in the rental housing market. The fact of the matter is we are it's expensive to live in Colorado. It's expensive to live in this country in terms of rentals. But when we're looking at how we're going to manage, this program, we want to make sure that all the stakeholders should be named and they should be included here. I don't want there to be any ambiguity as to who is included in this group. So I'm asking that we, include specifically property owners, tenants, landlords, and owners, and realtors as well, because they all have stake in the outcome of this.
And so if I could. So, well, property owners and landlords are two of the same, or one of the same. So certainly property owner.
Not necessarily, property owners.
Okay, rental property owners, realtors, neighborhood organizations, tenants, who else?
And
Property managers.
Property managers.
And advocacy groups.
Very well.
And Councilmember Hancock, because it's on consent agenda, it's a little bit different. We can't do any amendments on items that are on the consent agenda, and the time to pull them have passed. But what I will tell you is there's none of the stakeholders are actually listed in the resolution, but it's the council members that'll be doing the stakeholding. And so I think you can talk to your colleagues and staff will as well. But
And staff. Working together.
But if you all tell staff that you want those individuals included, we can do that. I don't know what necessarily needs to be in the resolution, but we would have to do a reconsideration later because it's still on the consent agenda.
Mayor, if I may.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry. Because it went back and forth, so I was confused as to what actually happened. I actually thought it was pulled, but it would be remiss if our colleagues did not consider the ramification of who is going to be impacted by this and not include them in this process.
And let me tell you, the proposal I'm working on is the proposal I discussed with the Mayor Pro Tem. And that is that, again, it's all properties that are not covered by the current registration system.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So the conversation that the mayor and I have had with staff at length includes outreach to the folks that you named, Councilmember Hancock. So there is the intent to reach out to a broad group of stakeholders through multiple meetings targeted toward those specific groups so that they can raise their concerns and bring forward their suggestions, and we've also received a considerable amount of very helpful research and background from Mr. Evans regarding existing policies, so I appreciate him coming to speak this evening. That will absolutely be a part of what we look at. Staff have also already started to do some research on existing policies in Colorado and elsewhere in the country, and then the conversation, Mayor, I think has remained open about exactly what this is going to apply to, but the general conversation has been that we will likely, for the infrastructure reasons noted by a number of speakers, need to roll this out in phases, that it won't be everything all at once because it would be incredibly difficult to implement a program that covered every rental unit in the city rolling out all at once. So that's going to be part of the conversation, and we definitely welcome folks to raise their concerns and their reasoning behind what they think that phasing should look like, because that's going to come into the discussion.
Further discussion.
Mayor, it's Councilmember Lawson.
Councilmember Lawson.
Yeah, and Mayor Pro Tem, I understand that this is going to be a pilot for Ward 1, but I hope that the community that you're talking about also includes other wards, because we do have single-family homes in other wards as well. And I don't really hear that being mentioned. And I'm hoping that that partnership with the ward council members can also be part of this resolution or the discussion thereafter.
Right. There's, again, this is open to where there's no decision on how to roll it out or where to start. So clearly, Ward 1 has the greatest concentration, I think, of challenges that this program, hopefully, as it develops, will address.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, this is not a Ward 1 pilot. It is a resolution to understand how best to develop a program and roll out a program that would apply across the city. It is not only in Ward 1. I think Councilmember Lawson, you know that I've lived in Ward 5 in rental housing, including single-family home rentals. So I am very aware and concerned, and I know the community of engagement as well with Ward 5 tenants. And we also all know that it's not just Ward 1 and Ward 5, but everywhere in between and beyond. So
If I can ask,
that is the
okay,
point.
I'm sorry. If I can ask a question of staff on this particular issue. Is there, as staff is coming down, is there any further discussion? Yeah, can you tell us, in terms of our discussions that we had so far, what is the direction that staff has been given thus far?
So far, staff has been given direction to, it's a blank canvas to develop a rental registration and licensing program through this resolution, directing the city manager to develop that. There has been no decision-making, there's been no forethought of what it's going to look like at this point.
Okay, but I think we did talk about what categorically what we'd be focused on.
Categorizing rentals, single families, duplexes, triplexes, and then up into apartment complex too, if that's how the direction is for.
And that apartment, that's below 8, correct? There is no inspection program?
So currently there is no inspection program for 7 or less units in the city of Aurora. We currently have a systematic housing inspection program for 8 or more units.
8 or more units, okay.
And that covers the entire city.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of staff? Thanks. Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the consent calendar resolutions and ordinances.
Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Hancock. Thank you. The motion passes unanimously to adopt the consent calendar for resolutions and ordinances with items 11A5, 11A11, 11B7, 11B8, and 11B9 removed.
Could now please read the title to item number 11A5?
Item 11A5 is Resolution 2026-71, expressing the Aurora City Council's approval of the agreement between Arapahoe County and the City of Aurora regarding the 2025 Edward Byrne Justice Assistance Grant Award.
Brief presentation by staff.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. This is John Steinbeck, the Deputy Director of Police Business Services. The Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program is the primary funding federal source for providing state and local governments flexible funding to support public safety and criminal justice initiatives. The program is designed to give local jurisdictions flexibility to address emerging public safety concerns and operational priorities. Approval of the MOU is required to continue participation in the JAG program and formalize the distribution of federal funding among participating agencies in accordance with the federal grant requirements. This grant is allocated $325,411, of which $304,039 for the city of Aurora to replace 2 aging motorcycles, 8 grapplers and associated equipment, and 50 40-millimeter less lethal launchers, and $21,372 for the Arapahoe County use for overtime to deputies to conduct patrol operations addressing parking enforcement and special investigations on dangerous activities, including illegal street racing.
Staff. Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor?
Councilmember Horton.
Yeah, questions for staff. John, can you run those numbers one more time, and what's the total amount that would be allotted to APD through this Justice Assistance Grant?
The total amount is $325,411. Aurora is $304,039 of that amount.
Further questions of staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Move to approve 11A5.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, second by?
Hancock.
Second by Councilmember Hancock. Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of 11A5.
The motion passes unanimously to adopt item 11A5.
Clerk, now please read the title of 11A11.
Item 11A11 is Resolution 2026-77, establishing the Aurora Family Plan Initiative. And Mayor, we do have one individual who would like to speak.
Very well.
Kristen Mallory. Kristen Mallory.
Not here.
Okay. She's not here, so we can continue.
A brief presentation by staff.
Sure, Andrea Wood for the City Attorney's Office. And this is a resolution that is sponsored by Councilmember Jackson. It would create an Aurora Family Plan Initiative, basically instructing the city manager to put together a working group that would evaluate the things that impact families in the city, assess existing programs and services, and do community engagement, stakeholder engagement to develop recommendations for future council consideration that would help families within the city.
Questions to staff? Seeing none, Councilmember Bergen. Councilmember Bergen.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, for staff, can you tell me what the fiscal impact would be in terms of, I'm not sure I'm clear on who would be doing, it says working group. Is the working group staff members or is the working group community members that would be looking at analyzing the programs and the gaps?
City Attorney. Laura Perry, Deputy City Manager.
Good evening, Councilmember Bergen. Question. So pending the direction from council tonight, the resolution directs the city manager to work to develop a plan. And so we would work directly with the council sponsor to outline a work plan and associated resources to support the effort.
Okay, so is there a fiscal note?
There is not currently a fiscal note.
So normally we have to have a fiscal note on anything that we're initiating that is going to impact staff time, resources. So can this be delayed until we get a fiscal note?
Councilwoman Berger, Peachtree City Attorney. So what I would say is, yes, there was, I did talk to Jason or Mr. Batchelor before he left town, and he did state that they just didn't have the time to get it together. But as Deputy City Manager Perry did state that we would do that as part of the process if you all decided to pass this tonight. But we did not, we were not able to gather those statistics for tonight.
Right. What I'm saying is you're supposed to have a fiscal note when you bring it to get voted on, because that's the whole point. If we don't have a fiscal note, we're making a decision to authorize something without knowing the budget impact. So I'm just asking for it to just be delayed one meeting until we get a fiscal note on it.
Councilmember, first, Councilmember Bergen, do you want to put that in form of a motion?
Sure. So motion to get a fiscal note, hopefully at the next meeting, so that we can, I'm not saying I have a problem with this, but I just wanted a fiscal note, so.
Councilmember Jackson.
Yeah, so before Jason left, I met with him and discussed a physical note in our one-on-one, and he assured me there was no physical note because we would be using existing staff resources to establish.
Councilmember Jackson has the floor right now.
I shouldn't.
Councilmember Jackson has the floor right now.
Physical, Councilmember Bergen, thank you very much. City Manager Batchelor assured me there was no note because we're already using current staff. So I don't know where that confusion is coming from. I did discuss that with Jason in our one-on-one.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Bergen.
Yes, a fiscal note does consider staff time, because once you're putting staff resources towards an initiative, you are taking away staff time from other initiatives. That's why we normally would have a fiscal note.
Here.
And, yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so just for a note, the questions that are included on fiscal impact under the fiscal note section, none of them are filled in, but the questions are, is there a revenue impact? I do not believe that using existing staff time provides a revenue impact. Budgeted expenditure impact, there's no expenditure impact. Non-budgeted expenditure impact, no impact. And workload impact is if there is additional staff needed or if the change is absorbable by current staff time. So what I think I'm hearing from Councilmember Jackson about her conversation with City Manager Batchelor is that looking at that workload impact section, the assessment was that that workload is absorbable with existing staff time. It does not require additional FTEs or contracting new FTEs or getting rid of projects that folks are doing to be able to absorb.
City Attorney Pete Schultz.
So, and I did have a conversation with Jason, and I agree with Councilmember Jackson. Again, until the staff can get into it to see what Councilmember Jackson and her colleagues have decided to do, the bigger fiscal impact would become known. We just don't know that right now, and it's not indicated in the resolution as written. It just directs staff to start that process. And I'm sure, right, Laura, that Jason will come back and state if there's additional needs or not. But yeah, at this point, that's what I understood it to be.
Mayor.
Councilmember Bergen.
Okay, I understand that we don't know the impact, and the fact that it's not put in the backup doesn't mean that there's not going to be an impact. We just don't know it at this point. So if we don't know if we're going to hire FTEs, we don't know if we're going to do any contract with anybody else. We don't know if staff is really going to be taken away from other duties. We're in a deficit situation with our budget for 2027. And I mean, I'm fine. We'll just move on, but we should have had a fiscal note of some sort.
The discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Jackson.
I just do want to throw in that some of the assessments that are outlined in this resolution are already scheduled to happen regardless of the passage of this resolution. So those resources are already lined up and have been approved previously as well.
Further discussion.
Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember Hancock.
So, Mayor, my concern is not with this resolution, but the process by which it's being advanced. We have, for example, it was mentioned in here, Aurora Save, YWPP, some of the youth things, daycare centers, which the city doesn't, as a municipality, doesn't have anything to do with. We do have 4 preschool programs. But here's my problem with this, is that we did not go to the appropriate committees to vet this. And here we are on the floor vetting this thing and hashing through this when we could have gone to public safety. We could have gone to parks and foundations. We could have gone to Horns to talk about this, but we're doing this here. I'm trying to understand what is the emergency that we had to come to do this tonight with this particular resolution. It doesn't, to me, meet it sets a precedent that we continue to keep having. These things are emergencies going straight to the floor or perceived emergencies, whatever you want to call it, but we're not going through the appropriate process. And to me, it seems like we're putting a cart before the horse, and this process is not following the proper chain of command. We're not following procedure. And so if we're not going to follow procedure and just take everything to the floor, then why do we bother to have subcommittees that we can vet this information and get it all sorted out? I don't have a problem with the resolution in and of itself, but we haven't given SAFE, who gives us a report at every public safety committee meeting. And if there are gaps, we could identify it during that time instead of coming to the floor with this. This seems to me another administrative layer that is redundant and unnecessary when we can use the staff in their current capacities doing the work that they do right now.
Mayor.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Jackson.
Yeah, okay. So I believe in the urgency of the prioritizing families in Aurora now and currently. And as I stated before, programs like Aurora Saves, which is listed in this resolution, but it's included but not limited to, it's one of the programs, already is up for evaluation currently. This is a recommending body. This is not a body of people that will have any decision-making power. And we want to and it's creating it's using existing resources to create that working group. And this resolution will move the city of Aurora to create a working group that will begin to research into service gaps in programming provided by the city of Aurora for families. And I have heard, this is the first time we're hearing the resolution. It's not the first time we're hearing the issues that are outlined in this resolution. So for my colleagues, we have heard time and time again these issues be brought up to us over and over again. So this is just putting it into a package with prioritizing families in Aurora to be able to direct staff and all the community feedback that we've gotten over the past 6 months that we've been listening to put those resources into what the community is asking. And I appreciate that my colleagues don't have an issue with the material in the resolution, which is why we should just move this forward so we can start to create more avenues for Aurora families to participate in the civic actions like these city council meetings. We don't hear from families. We don't see small children in the audience. Other things like we want to create more intergenerational programming between our seniors and our youth. There's a lot of gaps that exist right now that we should be focusing on filling. And I am more than happy to work. This is going to be a long process in prioritizing Aurora families, and my colleagues up on the dais can participate in this process however you see fit, and we're open to feedback. So I want to put a pin. I want to say that and just push for it. It's a recommending body, and we've heard these issues before, time and time again from community members.
Further discussion.
Mayor? Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember Hancock.
Yes, and yes, we have heard these issues over and over again in time immemorial. But my point again is going back to what this originally is. Why did we not go through committee to discuss this so we could vet this out a little bit fuller before we brought it to the fore? We didn't vet the proposals in the committee meetings that are applicable to these things. We didn't identify, again, the fiscal, legal, and operational impacts. We didn't, as this is classified as a family emergency, families have been in emergent situations forever, and we need to deal with them as they come along. But this is a procedural issue that I have a problem with. This does not meet the muster. It is not a public safety threat. There's no legal deadlines. There's no natural disasters. There's no financial emergencies. It is not time sensitive because you yourself said this is going to be a long, drawn out, continuing living process. So why didn't we start this thing correctly, procedurally, and the way this body is supposed to function by going through the committees? I have a real problem with this. This is a precedent that we're setting that I don't think is appropriate, and it doesn't recognize the building blocks of this group and how we should work.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
The precedent has been set for years and years and years by the body before this one of bringing items forward with no fiscal note, some of which ended up costing our city millions of dollars to put into place and enforce, for one. And for two, putting items on the agenda on the Saturday before the meeting with a sudden amended agenda coming out on Saturday. So we're not going to play we're setting a precedent about procedure, right? We should have conversations about procedure, but this body did not start with this precedent today.
Okay, a motion. I'm sorry, there needs to be a motion.
Mayor, can I speak on something?
These are questions, okay. So we're in questions right now of staff, and then we'll move into debate.
Further questions of staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Lawson is asking to speak.
Who's that?
Councilmember Lawson has a question.
Councilmember Lawson, questions of staff?
Well, the question of staff that I have is, Council, and I appreciate Councilmember Jackson for replying to all of my questions because I did send her questions. But Councilmember Jackson just stated that the Aurora Save program is under review. When did that become under review? She just stated that. So can staff answer that question for me about the review process of Aurora Save? Because I didn't know it was under review.
I think she misheard me. I'm sorry if I misspoke or wires got crossed. It's up for.
Well, I didn't.
Oh. Sorry.
Bullshit. If you follow for one, follow for
Question to staff, is Aurora Save covered under this program?
No, Mayor, that's not the
Council.
question I asked.
Councilmember Lawson, Deputy City Manager Perry and I are not under the impression that there's anything coming up on the Aurora Save program unless council directs that.
Councilmember Jackson just stated that it's coming up for review.
It is, if council directs that, but right now there is nothing automatic about the Aurora Save program coming up for automatic review right now unless this body directs us to do that.
Okay, motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to approve item 11A11.
It's moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Jackson. Oh.
Seconded by Councilmember Jackson. Discussion? Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on item number 11B7. I'm sorry, it's not 11B7. 11A11.
The motion passes with 7 yes votes, with 3 no votes from Councilmember Bergen, Hancock, and Lawson.
Will clerk now please read the title to item number 11B7?
6.
11B7.
I'm sorry.
11B7, sorry, you're right. Sorry.
11B7.
11B7 is ordinance 2026-28, submitting to a vote of the registered electors of the City of Aurora, Colorado at the general election of November 3rd, 2026, a question related to the issuance of revenue bonds and increasing taxes for the purpose of operation, repair, maintenance, and improvements to community facilities such as libraries, recreation, and community centers.
Okay.
And we do have individuals signed up to speak.
Very well.
The first person is Jeff Brown, followed by Median Schaffner.
Go ahead. Good morning, or good evening, all. My name is Jeff Brown. I'm a Ward 6 resident since 2015. My background professionally is in project management and management accounting, primarily on municipal and state infrastructure. I did suffer a brain injury about shortly after moving to Aurora in 2015. Civic engagement has been an effective therapy for me. The city's deficient retail tax base has been a focus of my civic engagement for going on 10 years, and I certainly don't plan on quitting. I'm doubling down. The core message I'm here to talk about tonight is the 3 tax increases. Honestly, we have not exhausted alternatives. I know there's been a lot of work done on civic engagement and prioritization of the need, but we didn't do anything on the core problem, the root cause of the problem, and that is the insufficient retail tax base. Everything this city does is challenged by insufficient revenue. CABC has asked and begged City Council for years and years to address revenue. We've identified the lack of draw, regional draw, and tourism draw as probably the greatest constraint on our retail tax base, and still nothing has happened. But now we have these 3 tax increases coming up in the ballot. The challenge is not primarily a revenue problem. That's only the symptom. The root cause is insufficient activity that's taxable. City leaders should certainly address the root cause before asking residents to pay a higher tax rate. The Pink Floyd lyric, "Mother, should I trust the government?" comes directly to mind. You're asking for more money out of our pockets without considering other avenues, especially with the frontage to DIA and the complete lack of venues and attractions to attract people from the region to Aurora to spend on merchandise, on drink, and on food. We all leave. The bigger issue is, as far as entertainment goes, is no one is coming to Aurora, and it hits us in our retail tax base. Thank you.
Median Schaffner, followed by Aonte Anderson.
God. You gotta be kidding.
So my plan this evening is to speak about all three of the measures that are up in different contexts. So I'll start with this one as it pertains to transportation. I want to be clear that I'm not in favor of watching assets that are needed for a city to deteriorate. I understand the need to ensure that things are upkept, that they're accessible, and that tangible assets do in fact need investment. As I reviewed and as my team reviewed these ballot measures that you're pushing out, we looked at the presentations, and the first place that we started was the task force. If you look at the people that were on the task force, you are not looking at a list of members of your constituency. You are looking at developers. You are looking at people that are institutionalized, that are inserted into a process. And then we're supposed to believe that there's community engagement that's taking place as it pertains to the decisions. Your constituency is smarter than that. A task force that is built with individuals that are already institutionalized and tied to the city is not going to give you an honest and raw review of what is truly needed. The process alone, when you started to engage community, gave the community already a list of what was already up for priority. So you essentially gave the community a list that you've already decided was necessary, and then asked them to affirm or buy into the list that you've already curated. Who was in the room that actually gave you a raw, intentional, lived experience of what transportation should look like, public safety, and community facilities? Instead, there were 54 meetings of engagement that had already preconditioned what this is supposed to look like. So I am imploring you all to push pause and to not push this through until you actually formally do the work of what it means to engage community thoughtfully. And oftentimes I will hear leaders say, I don't know how to engage the community. How do I get them to show up? You don't get them to show up by making something happen to them. You have them show up when something is going to happen with them. The city has never birthed trust with its constituency. And now you're asking your constituents to finance something on layers of trust. Trust that you have not earned. I recommend you postpone this.
Aonte Anderson.
Mayor and members of City Council who actually show up to work today, Aurora absolutely deserves to have safer streets, stronger bridges, better intersections, and transportation infrastructure that serves every one of Aurora's neighborhoods. But supporting transportation investment does not require us to support this proposal as written. This measure asks residents to approve a new sales tax for 31 years, authorize up to $108 million in debt, and accept a maximum repayment cost of nearly $210 million. That is not a small request. That is a generational long financial commitment. And yet, the language before you today does not provide residents with a binding project list, a clear construction timeline, or guarantee that the neighborhoods with the greatest transportation needs will be prioritized. The phrase including but not limited to gives the city broad discretion to decide how this money will be spent. Voters are being asked to approve the new tax and trust that the details will come afterwards. That is simply not enough. A sales tax is also one of the most regressive ways to raise revenue. It asks working families, renters, seniors, and low-income residents to pay a larger share of their income every time they make a taxable purchase. Before asking those families for more money, the city should be able to show them exactly what they are paying for. When will it be built? And how their neighborhood will benefit. And the public deserves a direct answer to another important question. If one of the ballot measures does not pass and another one does pass, will the city attempt to shift or supplement, redirect any available funds to advance projects that voters specifically rejected? Because a failed ballot measure must mean something. The city should not be allowed to use accounting maneuvers, budget transfers, or other funding mechanisms to accomplish indirectly what voters have rejected. If the public says no to a particular tax or project, that decision must be respected. I join Median and other organizations and ask you to postpone this vote.
That was the last individual to speak.
If you want to.
Or were we going to have a presentation?
Oh, I'm sorry. Brief presentation by staff.
Good evening, Laura Perry, Deputy City Manager. In my presentation, I will cover all 3 ballot questions here before you tonight. The City of Aurora has approximately $2 billion in identified infrastructure needs. The majority of the city's infrastructure needs are the rehabilitation and replacement of existing aging infrastructure. To address these needs, Council created the Build Up Aurora Infrastructure Task Force in 2024. Through over 2 years of community engagement, including more than 54 public events and over 3,100 survey responses, and in receiving 5,800 infrastructure ideas building off of capital master planning efforts, the task force finalized a recommendation for the efficient allocation of resources to support city capital improvement needs that incorporated community feedback. 3 ballot questions are proposed for consideration tonight to pursue voter authorization in November for a $264 million, $515,000 bond program. The bond program includes more than 65 distinct projects, with almost half of the projects consisting of transportation safety projects in every single ward, and leverages $44 million in existing capital funding. The supporting combined sales and use tax rate increases of 0.325% with a 30-year sunset is allocated by the 3 purposes or the ballot questions tonight. The 3 ballot questions fund projects that were approved by City Council via resolution at the last City Council meeting. On July 13th, City staff will be bringing forward a resolution to Council to create a Build Up Aurora Oversight Committee that will be responsible for financial oversight, the monitoring of bond projects, serve as an advisory role on spending for revenues received through the program, and provide overall spending oversight on the program. With that, I will take any questions.
Questions of staff?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Deputy City Manager Perry, can you tell us a little bit more about the capital master planning processes and the community engagement that went into each of those processes?
Yes. So about 3 years ago, City Council set aside an appropriation in the budget to allow for the city to study various infrastructure categories. Those included transportation, which involved the Connecting Aurora Multimodal Master Plan. This is the first transportation plan the city has ever had. The other master planning efforts included a capital plan for the Aurora Public Library, a capital plan for the library and cultural services assets in the city. In addition to that, we are undergoing the work of updating our ADA transition plan to improve inclusivity and accessibility in the city, as well as we have completed other capital master planning efforts. For each of those master planning efforts, there was a variety of community engagement that was done through various forums, roundtables, steering committees, surveys, that informed the recommendations and priorities put forward as part of those capital master planning efforts. Each of those project priorities have been incorporated as part of the Build Up Aurora effort, and those were coupled with community engagement over the last 2 years through Build Up Aurora, resulting in priority projects based on community feedback that comprises the $2 billion in infrastructure needs.
Further questions to staff?
Mayor.
Mayor Protem.
I just wanted to add a note, because folks were talking about transportation, although this question is technically community facilities, that the Connecting Aurora Transportation Master Plan is probably the largest community engagement effort that the city has undertaken to date. They actually had millions of touch points with the community and had a multi-phase process for identifying both safety, convenience, and other needs. So that one, I feel a little bit defensive about Connecting Aurora because it was a very comprehensive effort on the part of our staff to really talk to community across all wards and use numerous different tools to help folks understand the gaps we were facing, to bring forward the gaps that they noticed, and to identify how they would prioritize those projects. So I really do think that on Connecting Aurora, our staff did every level of due diligence to solicit meaningful community feedback.
Are there further questions to staff? If not, motion is in order.
Mayor.
Mayor, motion to approve 11B7.
It's been moved by Councilmember Gardner, co-chair of the Build Up Aurora Task Force, and seconded by
Mayor. Oh, let me do it.
Councilmember Bergen. Councilmember Bergen. Okay. Discussion. Seeing those.
Sorry.
Discussion.
I wasn't quick on the draw.
Mayor Protem.
So in addition to what I just noted, with respect to community facilities, we did also receive a lot of community feedback about these types of facilities, particularly when the library branches in Northwest Aurora or Northeast Aurora were closed down and the Beck Recreation Center were closed down. We received extensive requests to ensure that we had infrastructure to replace those amenities that folks in that part of the city do not currently have access to. And the other projects were identified through those capital master planning processes that Deputy City Manager Perry noted, which also did include for pros and for libraries, a lot of community engagement.
Further discussion.
Mayor, I guess just one other item, which is just a conversation that I've had with community members, colleagues, and Deputy City Manager Perry throughout the day, which is that there has always been a plan as part of this process to include a community oversight body for the use of the bond funds across all categories. And so the request that I've made and that my colleagues who sponsored this have honored, and Deputy City Manager Perry is already working on, is to bring forward that resolution to identify that community oversight body immediately at our next meeting, and to name specifically the uses and the projects in that resolution. And when I spoke with City Manager Batchelor about that today, he clarified that when you put forward a resolution before a bond question, it's not the same as, oh, well, it's just a resolution, it's only symbolic. It's a statement that you're making to the voters ahead of time that, hey, we're committed to doing those things. And so then you're held to the standard of treating that as if it has the force of law. So just wanted to let folks know that in light of the feedback we've received so far, those are the steps that we are taking to address that feedback immediately.
Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of item number 11B7.
The motion passes unanimously to adopt 11B7.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 11B8.
Item 11B8 is ordinance 2026-29, submitting to a vote of the registered electors of the City of Aurora, Colorado, the general election of November 3rd, 2026, a question relating to the issuance of revenue bonds and increasing taxes for the purpose of operation, repair, maintenance, and improvements to police, fire, and other public safety infrastructure facilities. And we do have individuals who would like to speak.
Very well.
The first person is Nico Sotolongo, followed by Midian Schaffner. Nico? Okay, Midian Schaffner, followed by Ayante Anderson.
This ballot measure is the one that is truly displaced. It's masked under the term public safety, but when you talk about a building, wiring, plumbing, you cannot promise us different outcomes from the police that are supposed to offer safety. It seems that you all are more worried about buildings that have aged 30 years than you are about the Jim Crow practices that are coming from the people that work inside of that building. So if 30 years is your measure, then you are way behind in correcting the problems that are coming from that building. Again, looking at the data, it shows that there were just north of 3,100 residents that provided feedback in your survey. Interestingly enough, when we come to you and we tell you that there is a population in this city that wants Todd Chamberlain fired, I can assure you we are well above 3,100 people, yet you will not fire Todd Chamberlain, but you will rebuild these buildings. That's imbalanced and displaced. 283,622 people have gone onto our website about the matter of Kylan Lewis alone. This process rendered 21,000 website visits. So again, when you talk about the interest of your constituency, you are showing signs that you will make investments when it is something that you are comfortably ready to understand. But when the pain of families that are in front of you are here, investment is not a word that we're allowed to use in this space. When you make an investment, you are signaling what your priority is. So if you're willing to invest in buildings, but not in people, your leadership is imbalanced and misplaced. Your timetable for fundraising for this ballot measure should not supersede the trust that you need from your constituency. This city has not earned the trust, nor has it earned the investment in these buildings. Because this is not about public safety. This is about making a workplace comfortable for the people that we're supposed to call the police. This ballot measure is misleading, and if you all as leadership are going to make this kind of investment, you will be an utter disappointment.
Ayante Anderson, followed by Holly Chang.
Mayor Kaufman, members of City Council that chose to show up to work today, I stand with the ACLU of Colorado, the epitome of Black excellence and partnership, and a litany of others calling on council to postpone this public safety ballot measure. I also want to be unmistakably clear. I do not support $1 of this new tax going to the Aurora Police Department. This proposal bundles fire stations, Aurora 911, police facilities into one ballot question. That is unfair and manipulative. Residents should not be forced to approve more police funding simply because they support firefighters and emergency dispatchers. The city is asking voters to accept a 31-year tax up to $53 million in debt and more than $101 million in potential repayment costs without clearly stating how much will go to police or precisely what will be built. Aurora should not receive another blank check for policing. Not after Elijah McClain, not after 14-year-old Jordell Richardson, not after Kylan Lewis, not after Corey Dillard, not after Rajon Johnson, not after Rajon Belt Stubblefield. These are not statistics. They were sons, fathers, brothers, children, and members of this community whose lives ended during encounters with the Aurora Police Department. The answer to this history cannot be another police building and another bill handed to the taxpayers. If Aurora needs money for fire stations and Aurora 911, put those needs before the voters separately. Do not use firefighters and dispatchers as political cover to funnel millions more into policing. So hear me very clearly. You need to postpone the measure. Remove the police funding completely. Do not return asking this community for another dollar to help APD while families are still burying loved ones, convictions are still being overturned, and accountability remains unfinished. You do not get to build the next police facility over the names of the people this department has killed. You do not get to have expansion before we get to have accountability. Postpone the measure.
Holly Chang, followed by Cassandra Hill.
It's okay. I'm feeling
Hi, I'm Holly. I'm a resident of Aurora and a public health nurse serving in Aurora. I'm also a member of the Citizens Advisory Budget Committee, and I'm addressing you here today because as a member of that committee, I signed on to support the bond package. But I do feel after community outreach that we need to slow this measure down particularly. I understand that the tier 2 and 3 projects are not most likely going to be funded, and they're just really what I think some members of this council would like to see for the APD, but I think it needs to be really clear when you put out a ballot measure what we're funding. 3 cents for every $10 doesn't sound like a lot, but I have several patients that can't afford $10 antibiotics when they're pregnant that live in Aurora. I'm particularly concerned about the, I always forget the name of it, but the facility under Tier 3 that would host surveillance and AI technology. And that is what I've heard a lot about from the community. I also feel a change of heart after hearing the last speakers because I don't feel that any more money should go to APD. Over the past 2 weeks, I've had a patient that was a teen, Latina, and the dad of the baby that was Black, and the police were calling them for getting into a physical altercation, which I've seen many times in white schools growing up, and no one was ever called. I showed up because not on my fucking watch is a patient's husband and father of a baby going to be killed by APD. When I got there, there were 5 APD SUVs for a girl that's like tiny, getting in a fist fight. We already give way too much money to this department,
And I do think that increased community input around this particular ballot measure should happen, or at the very least, the language should be very, very clear on what we're funding. Thank you.
Cassandra Hale, followed by Nate Casa.
Hello, Aurora City Council. My name is Cassandra Heil. I'm with the Denver Aurora Community Action Committee, otherwise known as DACAC. I'm speaking in opposition to this tax increase because it continues a pattern we have seen for years. Money going into the hands of the Aurora Police Department. Every city council meeting, residents come here and speak about corruption, violence, misconduct, and a lack of accountability within the Aurora Police Department. Yet, despite these concerns, APD's budget continues to grow year after year. The police department's 2026 budget is about $169.5 million. That is up from about $165 million in 2025 and about $156 million in 2024. While other departments have faced layoffs, furloughs, and cuts, APD continues to receive additional funding on top of their almost $170 million budget. The budget is a reflection of City Council's priorities. Instead of investing in the things that prevent problems, Aurora continues to invest in the police. And police are reactive. They do not prevent crime. They show up after something happens. Then they bring violence and punishment to the situation. Libraries, education, parks, housing assistance, mental health services, and other community programs are proactive. They make the communities stronger. They give people opportunities, resources, and support. These are the investments that build a safer community. These are the programs that actually prevent crime. Yet Aurora continues to prioritize policing over these investments. Aurora residents are being asked to pay more taxes. If you're going to ask people to pay more, that money should be used to improve their lives, not continue expanding a department that already receives enormous resources and uses those resources to terrorize and spread violence in the community. I urge you to postpone this vote and stop increasing funds to a racist and violent system. Thank you.
Nate Casa, followed by Ryan Stitzel.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Nate Casa. I'm a resident of Ward 1 and here to speak on the public safety ballot measure. While I understand this ballot measure would approve the creation of a $53 million bond that is intended by City Council to be used for Tier 1 priorities in the Public Safety Capital Project Prioritization document, I have major concerns with listed Tier 2 and Tier 3 priorities, and that the money from this bond would go towards Tier 2 and Tier 3 priorities, and honestly also not even go towards Tier 1 priorities. I do not believe the majority of the projects being proposed in Tier 2 and Tier 3 are projects that address public safety. I don't want my money, I don't want to pay $221 million from our city budget for a new APD training complex. I don't want our money, $119 million, going towards a real-time operations center, which is really just a surveillance station that connects flock camera feed, drone feed, and all the camera feeds across the city. I don't want more of our money, $240 million, going for an APD special operations center and land acquisition. I also have concerns around what has been identified as priorities through the Build Up Aurora process. Community identifying safety as a priority does not equal we support an APD training complex, mass surveillance equipment, and unidentified costs for land acquisitions. Of the almost 3,000 respondents to the Build Up Aurora survey, when asked what investments are needed for public safety, of the 491 responses to the question, 310 people said improved lighting in streets and public spaces. Only 80 said police staffing, response times, and enforcement. And even then, police staffing, response times, and enforcement does not equal training complex, surveillance, or special operations. So what I'm asking for is that while this ballot measure may only raise money initially for Tier 1 priorities, there needs to be guardrails in place so that this bond money does not go towards the projects in Tier 2 or 3, and especially not going for more money towards APD and their reckless behavior. If you look at the ballot measure, it says, quote, "The city of Aurora taxes may be increased," and it goes on to say, "included without limitation." And it says, "The city of Aurora's debt may be increased, included but not limited to fire station renovations, remodels, Aurora 911, and police facility improvements." And so that included but not limited to says a lot. And I think we really need guardrails for this money to be allocated properly. And I'm not clear yet on the details of the oversight body. I'm glad that council is considering that. That's very encouraging. And I would advocate that if the council does not feel confident that the oversight body can really oversee that this money is allocated properly, I would strongly recommend that council postpone the vote on this ballot measure. Thank you.
Ryan Stitzel.
I'm going to keep this one pretty short. You guys know me. I'm Ryan from Denver Aurora Community Action Committee. Any one of you that is thinking of approving a single dollar of additional funding for this police department at this point in our city's history is unfit to sit on this council. It's that simple. If you've sat up here week after week and heard a single word these grieving families have said and come to the conclusion that the cops need more money, I don't mind saying you're the worst kind of scum. If you've heard the grief of LaRonda Jones and Kiowa Lewis, of Anna Harris and Veronica Sebron, and you've thought, let's give this department that produces all of this grief nearly $1 billion. That's what we're talking about in Tier 2 and Tier 3. We're talking about almost $1 billion going to this. Then you're a special kind of sick. You have no place in civilized society, let alone in a position of power. After hearing these families and seeing their grief with my own eyes, I wouldn't loan $5 to one of these killers in uniform. This bill would give them nearly $1 billion, possibly. You can't possibly justify that. You have citizens of this city living in the streets. You have children who are not receiving quality educations. You have people who don't have access to fresh foods. And of course, you have a consent decree bound police force that murders our black neighbors in cold blood. You can't possibly believe that your constituents want you to throw $1 billion of their tax dollars at these APD terrorists instead of the laundry list of public services that actually improve their quality of life. You have to be completely out of touch with the community or willfully hate them to support something so horrible. Fund the community, not APD criminals. And of course, stand with the community in their just demand for full democratic control over all of policing, including budget. It's the only solution to the racist violence that has made APD infamous around the world. You're either on the community side or you're on the police's. There's no third side.
That was the last individual.
No presentation.
Brief presentation by staff. Oh, you've already done that, though. So questions of staff?
Mayor.
Because the presentation was overall 3.
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
the only lonely one
Councilmember
over here
Wow.
on the end. Just here
in
by
trouble.
myself on an island. Laura, can you clarify exactly which projects are in scope for this versus which are not in scope?
Yes, you bet. So for a quick overview of the ballot question. Oh, thank you. So Laura Perry, Deputy City Manager, to provide a brief overview of the ballot question and the projects included. So the public safety question is seeking to increase debt by $53 million and increase the sales and use tax rate by 0.064% for 30 years to fund police, fire, and other public safety facilities. The majority of the planned capital projects and the public safety purpose address the condition of aging infrastructure, as many of the existing facilities are over 30 years old and require rehabilitation. Planned projects include full renovations to fire stations 2 and 3, improvements to a variety of fire stations across the city, improvements to the Aurora 911 facility in Talon's Reach, the construction of a new Fire Station 19 to serve Southeast Aurora, and improvements to police stations 1, 2 Central, and 3 South. The improvements at the 3 police stations include replacements of mechanical and electrical systems, ADA improvements, restroom remodels, workspace modifications, site improvements such as drainage and parking, and public interface enhancements that include improvements to station lobbies, reception areas, and conference rooms. Bond funding will not fund real-time information center infrastructure or other surveillance technologies.
Further questions to staff? I'm sorry. Councilmember Medina.
Thank you. It's a question for staff. Laura, can you kind of clarify Tier 2 and Tier 3? Because I think there was a lot of that this bond measure is going to fund all of those things in perpetuity. Because I know that our conversations we've had is that we only have the infrastructure to do what these current things are currently. Is that correct?
So the $53 million bond program, the only police project that's included in there is the station facility improvements, and that was a Tier 1. In this current bond question, they're all Tier 1 projects in the capital plan, with the exception of Fire Station number 3's renovation. Fire station renovations are fairly quick to implement, and so that one was coupled with Fire Station number 2. The remaining Tier 2 and Tier 3 projects remain unfunded in the city's long-term capital plan and require investment and/or other activities needed to move them forward. So other planning and other additional work.
Further questions to staff?
Mayor. Laura, I've got a question.
Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you tell me about how the allocation of resources will be handled?
Sure. So allocation in terms of the bond program, the projects that I mentioned were included in a companion resolution itemized that were approved by council at the last meeting. So as Mayor Pro Tem Coombs referenced, that is essentially the contract with voters. That list of projects will be what we deliver and report transparently out on if voters support the measure. Secondarily, I mentioned a resolution coming forward on July 13th with a bond oversight committee that will provide oversight on progress on the bond program, as well as spending and any additional allocation decisions that are made for that program that would then come forward to City Council. The sales and use tax will generate revenues to support debt service, as well as a reserve to cover debt service in the instance that it's lower, and there may be additional capacity to fund other needs such as project management services to support delivery of the bond and other improvements.
Mayor, one more question. Laura, you talked about oversight of these funds. Who will be directly involved in the oversight of reporting out to council about the funds and allocations?
Yes, so it'll be a compilation of city staff delivering and monitoring the bond program, as well as the oversight committee providing that guidance, and of course, City Council. So ultimately, all decisions come back to City Council.
Further questions of staff?
Mayor, I'm sorry. I
Mayor
have
Pro Tem.
one question. So, Deputy City Manager Perry mentioned that the project named in the resolution creates a contract with voters. So if a future council were to come forward and say, hey, scrap those fire station improvements, scrap that new fire station that was listed in the bond, we really think we need more surveillance technology, or we need a massive training facility, so let's just shift the money to that priority. Is that something that, and maybe this is a question for the city attorney, is that something that that council would be permitted to do in that instance?
So, the measure on the June 8, 2026 council meeting that City Council passed and approved, and it outlined the projects that would be funded, assuming that the November 2026 ballot questions pass. And in the event that they pass, and the projects are modified, or projects are added or deleted, that can't be done without coming back to City Council and modifying the resolution that was passed at the last June 8th City Council meeting.
Correct.
Okay, sorry, clarification. So a future council could change the priorities and say, we're not going to fund those priorities listed?
So what I will tell you is generally a current city council cannot strap a future city council. So like with an ordinance, if we pass a resolution, right, without further council action, it's in law, right? But again, there's nothing in the Colorado Constitution or in our city code that allows any council to limit what a future council can do, because it can always undo things by a majority of the body. Yeah.
But if it,
have a question.
Go ahead.
About that. So for example, we entered into operator agreements that pre-approved hundreds of drilling sites. Well, not we, in fact, the council prior to my time. And the advice we've been given is those were already entered into and signed, and so we can't modify those. And so in this case, the voters, and we've also been told that we have to keep funding 2 per thousand for the Aurora Police because the voters voted for 2 per thousand, and that we cannot modify that decision. So I'm just trying to understand the things that we've been told that, yes, this has been voted on, yes, this has been passed by a prior council that are binding us, but now we can't make sure that those guardrails are strong enough to prevent a future council from changing how these funds are spent.
What we're talking about, let me be really clear. So the resolution that you all passed at the beginning of the meeting of June that listed out the projects, right, that is now known to the voters. So those projects that are listed in that resolution cannot be changed. What we're talking about is if there's any money that's additionally raised from the sales tax, right, you all can give a preference via a resolution, even an ordinance, like, and we talked a little bit about that today, but the items that are not in the resolution outlining the projects have to be done. What you're talking about with the oil and gas and those individual things, based on what council did, the city signed contracts with those individual companies and those drilling sites and so forth. So it can't just go to the city council and say, repeal the ordinance, therefore your contract is void. They're two separate things. And I haven't been asked to opine on the 2 per thousand, but it is not something the voters approved. It was a consent decree done in civil court that, to me, is not enforceable, but we can cross that bridge again later. Now that you have that information, I'm sorry that any of my predecessors might have given different advice, but that's the difference here. The difference here is those projects that were in the June 8th resolution that you all passed, and they're going to the voters, that is tied to the vote, right? But anything over that let's say we, $53 million, we get 50, let's say it's not gonna be $1 billion, I've heard that number, gosh, I wish, right? But we're never gonna get anywhere close to that. But if we have an extra $20 million at some point, and it hasn't been a project that's been listed, but we have excess, council's always going to have the final say in any appropriation of that money, but that's the money we're talking about here that could be changed later on, not the projects that are listed, which is why Build Up Aurora did such an extensive review, because what we learned, since this is the first, I guess, tax increase, if it passes in 33 years, what we learned is the prior tax increases that were proposed didn't have projects tied to them. This is why we tied specific projects for the specific ask, but we have to have a process for any money that's additionally raised beyond what we earmarked.
Sorry, Mayor, follow up.
Yeah.
So could we, for example, put into the ordinance referring to the ballot may not be used, for example, on surveillance technologies? Or could we put into some other ordinance something that actually, because we said the prior resolution binds the use of it on these specific projects, could we pass something that binds limiting what it could be used on, so saying it may not be used on those?
Again, that gets into the area where you're hamstringing additional councils, right? Because if you had stated that we're going to give $200,000, that's it for surveillance technology, then that would be a project that would be funded, right? That would have to be done. But when you're talking about unknowns, we're talking about projects, we don't know how much money if any, will be raised in addition to the $53 million on this particular ballot question. And once we do get that information, it has to be appropriated by council. So again, without knowing, we can't limit, but we can only approve what we know about as far as the projects are today and how much they're going to cost and how much money is going to go to it. So I get this question a lot. What can we do now to prevent, future councils from doing things? And it's what I always say, it's the ballot box, right? Whatever the voters decide is what they're asking their elected body to be able to do, just because you guys saw last year. So
you're referring to a charter amendment? Or?
It would be actually amending the ballot question to go forward. She's asking if we can put something in the ballot question saying, but none of this money could be used for X. That even could put that in a resolution, which what Deputy City Manager Perry had talked about, bringing that forward before the next meeting. You would state that this council's direction is that any excess money that is brought in of the sales tax, in addition to the $53 million, will not be used for surveillance. 10 years from now, it could be a different council, and they could have, for some reason, we could have a lot more retail establishments, and we could raise some money, and at that point, there will be the same process that you all went through to build these projects out, is what council decides is important at the time and what the needs of the city are. And that's something, we don't have a crystal ball, and that's why we can't limit the unknowns, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yeah. And so there are...
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, who? Oh, Rachel, go ahead.
Hold on.
Let our council speak first. Yeah. City Attorney's Office speak first.
Yes, Rachel Allen with the Aurora City Attorney's Office. On page 1,915 of the backup is the ordinance, including the specific ballot language. So there are some parameters on what the money can be used for. It's certainly not just a blank check. And the resolution that was passed at the last council meeting defines the projects. And if any of that should change, it has to come to council for an amendment. And so there are some oversights.
Okay. Further discussions? Oh, have we got a motion? Did we get a motion?
Bergen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Bergen.
Okay. First, I'm going to ask for a motion, and then I'll go to Councilmember Bergen.
So I need to ask the staff.
First, a motion first, and then, I'm sorry, if you have a question of staff, go ahead.
Thank you. Laura Perry?
Yes.
So having worked on this for 2 years, sometimes 2 meetings a month, I'm about to just vote no and not even tell the public to vote for this, because so much work has gone into this, so much public engagement. And my question is, I am not going to tell residents to vote for something if council is allowed to change the project. So if I heard the attorney correctly, those projects listed that go on the ballot will be the projects, because that's what, if the voters say yes, they're expecting those to actually be done. And we should not go back on our word. And if the voters don't want them, they will vote no.
So,
is that right, Laura Perry?
That is correct.
And I'm affirming, and Councilmember Bergen, I am agreeing with Deputy City Manager Perry. So what I'm saying is the projects that are listed have to be done, okay? If we raise the money, they have to be done. What we're talking about moving forward with projects that we don't know about, that's going to be any money that is raised in excess.
Could I do a follow-up to Laura Perry, please?
Absolutely, yes.
So with the cost, we're talking about capital projects. So in your experience, as time goes on with construction costs escalating, do you foresee that we're going to have a ton of extra money left over?
Current forecasts have about a reserve of $2 million for this question per year. That's the current projection.
$2 million.
Yes,
Right.
but that's
So
pending on economic and market conditions.
Right, so we're not talking like 100 million or anything like that.
Correct.
I mean,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Okay. Further questions of staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor, motion to approve 11B8.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by
Bergen.
Councilmember Bergen, to approve item number 11, B9.
8.
Oh, I'm sorry, 11B8. Discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the approval of item number 11B8.
Councilmember, thank you. The motion passes with 9 yes votes, 1 no vote from Councilmember Jackson.
Will the clerk please read the title to item number 11B9?
Item B9 is ordinance 2026-30, submitting to a vote of the registered electors of the city of Aurora, Colorado at the general election of November 3rd, 2026, a question related to the issuance of revenue bonds and increasing taxes for the purpose of operation, repair, maintenance, and improvements to city transportation, infrastructure, and facilities. And we have individuals who would like to speak.
Questions of staff?
Mayor, we have 2 individuals who would like to speak.
Very well.
Median Schaffner, followed by Aonte Anderson.
Both from Denver.
Shane. So this transportation piece also, again, is an opportunity for there to be enhancements done to spaces that people need, and I understand that. Across all 3 ballot measures, we are concerned about the potential excess and what that will be used for. The oversight process, we do not believe is vetted to where community will actually have true oversight. That'll again be appointment and it'll be gatekeeping. But I just want to dream for a second, maybe just with Councilwoman Jackson. I wonder what transportation would be able to look like if it had an additional $8 million invested in it. I wonder what that actually would bring to the city as it pertains to accessibility, affordability, people getting to and from work, people being able to come into a city and have access to entry points. I wonder what an additional $8 million would do to ensure that those who are working in transportation and are responsible for that transportation, the luxury and ease that they would actually experience if we really truly gave an additional $8 million of what those transportation pieces looked like. I wonder what an additional $8 million in this particular ballot measure would extend to innovation in the way that transportation looks like in a city like Aurora. I wonder what $8 million would do to actually allow for Aurora to be leading the state in what transportation looks like. One of these days, I would love to just sit and dream with you, because I feel like there's just an opportunity for you and I to live in a hypothetical of what an additional $8 million would look like. Because what we just witnessed was a missed opportunity to take funds away from a public safety space that's not offering any safety and actually pour that into transportation. That actually is something that all of us depend on, be it if we're transient or not. We depend on transportation in a very intentional way. So maybe one day, my friend, you and I can sit and dream about what an additional $8 million could have done.
Aonte Anderson.
Mayor Kaufman and city council members that actually chose to show up to work today. I second everything Median just said. I look forward to reading the transcript of that dream. She's at work.
That was the last individual.
Questions of staff?
Questions of staff? Seeing none, a motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to approve item 11B9.
So moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by? Bergen. Councilmember Bergen to approve item number 11B9. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of item number 11B9.
Councilmember Wiles? Thank you. The motion passes unanimously to adopt 11B9.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 14A?
Item 14A is finalizing of ordinance 2026-23, amending Chapter 22 of the Code of the City of Aurora, Colorado, related to periodic inspections, occupancy standards, and habitability requirements for detention facilities.
Brief presentation by, I'm sorry.
Mayor, we do have a few individuals who would like to speak on this item.
Very well.
Okay, the first person is Victor Mraz, followed by Holly Chang. Victor? Okay, Holly Chang, followed by Nikita Ricks. Holly Chang.
Nikita, Holly first. Holly's first.
Okay, it's me again. I'm Holly, I live and work in Aurora. I'm asking you once again to pass this ordinance because it's crucial for the health and safety of all Aurorans. It was brought up last time that this ordinance doesn't specifically cover the Aurora Geo Ice facility, although it does that too. The Aurora Municipal Detention Center has also been the site of multiple allegations, including 6 months ago when a guard was charged with using excessive force. To that end, I ask the frequent dissenting no voters why they are against protecting the health and safety of those inside all detention facilities within the city, including this detention center that also cages folks with misdemeanor charges. Why do you feel that the humans living in your wards that have been historically impacted by the justice system do not deserve rights? Back to Aurora Geo, we do know they operate under the cloak of the federal contract with ICE, DHS, and are the worst at preventing even a sliver of accountability. After the bell is recently rung on the slave labor conditions inside their facilities, including and especially Aurora, they just changed their policy to state detainee volunteers participating in voluntary work programs are not considered facility and/or government employees and are not entitled to wages or benefits under applicable wage laws. One person inside just told us it takes them 3 days to pay for 1 cup of noodles. I've had patients' partners tell me if they do not buy commissary, they do not eat because the food is spoiled and sometimes they're served raw meat. One such partner had to buy all new clothes when he returned to Colombia after 6 months of being detained. Another man younger than myself with a neurological disease I visited was actually painful to watch walking. He reported with the poor conditions being transferred here from another state, he became incontinent within 2 months. He reported not being able to keep the food down in the facility, stated the food portions are also small and they are sometimes, again, he confirmed they're served raw meat. He appeared to have ascites and pitting edema, and he said these were never addressed and noted the guards would throw away his medication even though he had special permission to keep it in his room. Just recently, a responder of the listening session that was held in Aurora stated there were so many things that were bad, their library not getting time outside. We just learned that people only get time outside every 15 days. For emergencies, like if you have chest pain or a hard time breathing, it took 10 to 15 minutes for a response. I FOIA requested information on response times, and of course it takes an act of God or a really good lawyer to get that. So all we know is from those inside. I asked Gardner, Bergen, Hancock, Lawson, do you believe everyone should be treated with humanity? Or does that stop when people cross the border?
Nikita Ricks, followed by Joel Benjamin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm State Representative Nikita Ricks, and I represent House District 40. I'm here to speak in support of ordinances 2623, periodic safety and habitability inspections, and 2026-24 detention center reportable disease notification requirements. These are two ordinances that will ensure that the city of Aurora does their part to increase transparency on what is happening inside of ICE, the for-profit GEO group that runs these immigrant detention facilities. Right now, the public has almost no visibility into what's happening inside that facility. We don't have a standing, reliable way to know whether the people held there have adequate space, sanitation, living conditions. We don't have a guarantee that the city or the public will be notified if a contagious illness breaks out inside the walls. That's not a small gap. Conditions inside that facility affect the people detained there, the staff who work there, and the broader Aurora community that lives around us. These ordinances close that gap. They gave the city a real mechanism to verify that GEO Group is meeting the basic habitability standards, and not just GEO's word for it, but periodic enforceable inspection. They make sure that if a reportable disease shows up inside the facility, the city finds out and can act instead of finding out after the fact or not at all. This isn't hypothetical. In 2022, Melvin Catero Mendoza died in that facility after staff failed to diagnose a blood clot in his leg. And this year, GEO's legal counsel blocked health officials investigating a reported illness outbreak from the interviewing staff. That's exactly why the city needs standing inspection authority and guaranteed notification not from GEO's word that it will come forward voluntarily. This isn't about taking a side on immigration policy. It's about accountability for what happens inside a for-profit facility that operates in Aurora city limits. If this city has any relationship to that facility, this council and this community deserves real ongoing visibility into how the people inside are treated. I urge the council to support both ordinances like this, and this is not controversial. It should be the floor, not the ceiling. And in closing, I want to thank you for the work that you're doing here on the council. Everything that you're doing impacts the people in our community. And so we ask that you continue to work hard. Sometimes it's thankless, but we do appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Joel Benjamin, followed by Brenna Kennedy.
I guess we have an answer with this facility to where do the police officers go who are not trained sufficiently and are not fit to serve our municipalities. We keep coming here and talking about the same things. This is not a political dream of some fringe, a political group that wants to see anybody suffer or wants to see America change in some significant way. We're asking you to care, and that doesn't seem like it should be all that radical. The people who come here week in and week out, hope that sounds familiar from a couple hours ago, confront this every day. My question to everyone on the dais, probably plenty of the people in the room behind me, have you been inside this facility? Have you engaged with people who have been inside this facility or their families? Leave out for a moment the cost to all of us of maintaining this, the low quality jobs, most of which do not come with benefits, traumatize the employees. We should be centering the people who are by far the most harmed here. We know who they are. We know the harms. You've heard me compare them to the Holocaust and my own grandfather's story. And we know the conditions because we have community advocates who interview the people who come out. We usually learn of the conditions inside not by being inside, which is something we're working on, hopefully with you all, but when people get out. That is how we also were able to tell the story of the Holocaust. The difference is, at least with some credibility at that time, the citizens may not have known what was going on. We know, you all know. This is happening now. This is all landing credibly in your laps. If you don't want to believe the community reports, that's fine. Go to your own health department in Adams County. They were denied credible access. Maybe that's a slight bastardization of what happened, but only a little bit. We know there have been health outbreaks or disease outbreaks. And we know people are treated like shit as a baseline. This is happening in your city. Many of you aren't even here to hear this from us, but we're watching.
Brenna Kennedy. Brenna Kennedy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm a resident of Aurora, Ward 5. Today I represent the Colorado Youth Coalition. I am here in support of this ordinance. This ordinance would allow the City of Aurora to conduct inspections to determine whether basic habitability and safety standards are being met. Whether one agrees with federal policy or not, accountability should never be controversial. This addresses these concerns. It calls for greater oversight, actions, and transparency. For far too long, we have heard troubling reports about conditions of the GEO facility, reports of inadequate medical care, prolonged detention, serious illnesses, deaths, and barriers preventing local and national elected officials from conducting meaningful oversight, just to name a few. As hard and gut-wrenching as it is, it's important that we know what is happening in our city to our neighbors, to your constituents, and it's important that we do these inspections because that tiny bit of harm reduction is one of the most truly impactful things that you, as a council, have the power to do. Stop the abuse and neglect and save lives. We all know what is happening inside this facility is not okay, as you have heard by the people before me in previous council meetings. I cannot believe that I'm here asking adults who are like 4 times older than me. Mike Hoffman, you're like 70 years old. I'm 16. I don't want to be doing this right now. I have things to be doing. I have a life outside of this, but this is crazy. That's ridiculous. I don't want to be begging adults to do the right thing. Like, that's crazy. That should not be what I should be doing right now. It's crazy that I have to ask you guys to find a moral compass and vote yes on something. I am just blown away by that. Like, that's crazy. Just think on that for a moment for me, please. I urge you to vote yes on this ordinance. Thank you.
That was the last individual.
Questions?
Questions of staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to approve item 14A.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Wiles to approve item number 14A. Discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of item number 14A.
The motion passes with 6 yes votes, 4 no votes from Councilmember Bergen, Gardner, Hancock, and Lawson.
Will the clerk please read the title to item number 14B?
Item 14B is finalizing of ordinance 2026-24, amending sections 26-246 and 26-247 of the City Code of the City of Aurora, Colorado, and adding sections 26-248 and 26-249 of the City Code of the City of Aurora, Colorado regarding detention facility notification requirements.
Brief presentation by staff.
And, I'm sorry, we do have individuals who would like to speak on this.
Very well.
The first person is Holly Chang, followed by Nikita Ricks. Joel Benjamin.
I don't want to take up the whole time, but you all know I will, so buckle in. I want to talk about service here. This is a federal agency occupying Aurora, taking our resources, taking away from our capacity to respond to emergencies in a timely fashion, if at all, taking away money from a city that's broke. We're broke. It's just the truth. We've been talking about it all night. On the topic of service, I really actually do want to direct to those of you who have served this country in what is classically considered a noble fashion, and it's generally federal government, uniformed service, armed or otherwise, what that means to you. To bring up the Holocaust once more, because it's not a good night without doing it a few times. My grandfather, as you all know, liberated from Buchenwald. He had never seen a black person until the armed forces in the United States segregated Patton Army Battalion, liberated him at Buchenwald in April of '45. He had never seen a black person in his life. He was 17. He grew up in North rural Germany. And then he would serve in the army. At that point, desegregating, getting there. He died in the 90s, but one of the things he made sure he told the Denver Post before he died is that the black folks he served with did not get GI Bill benefits because they were black. I'm not prescient. I don't know anything about the future that you don't all know. I'm wrong more than I'm right. You can ask my mother, my partner, my boss. They'll tell you. These cages stay up. They don't come down unless we're deliberate about it. They can be done with one group and they'll find someone else. But I bring up the GI Bill in particular because at least one member of this council has attended college as a GI Bill benefit. That's how this country should work. Through public service, we do education. That's fine. That's actually good. Maybe that public service shouldn't be slaughtering people on the other side of the planet or caging them. Possibly beside the point. Also, young lady, he's 71.
Brenna Kennedy.
Once again, good evening, Mayor and council members. I am a resident of Aurora Ward 5, and today I'm also representing the Colorado Youth Coalition, and I am here in support of this ordinance. This ordinance will require detention facilities to report communicable diseases to Aurora Fire. This is a common sense public health measure that helps protect people both inside the facility and throughout the broader community. Aurora residents expect their local governments to be aware of significant public health risks occurring within city limits. We require transparency and reporting in many other settings because we know timely information saves lives and helps prevent larger outbreaks. We know that 3 innocent lives have been taken at the Aurora ICE facility, GEO, not to mention the other 50 since the Trump admin in 2025 that has happened in other Aurora facilities. No, sorry, not Aurora, GEO facilities. I'm not so great with names, so bear with me, but Melvin Ariel Calero Mendoza, a 39-year-old asylum seeker from Nicaragua who died from a pulmonary embolism. Kemar Samini, a 64-year-old legal permanent resident who died after suffering complications from severe opioid withdrawal. And Abeline Ali Mandaza, a 46-year-old immigrant from Gabon who died after suffering a heart attack. Innocent lives and people. That should not be happening in any facility. The people being held at GEO deserve access to safe and healthy conditions just like any other human being. The city of Aurora deserves access to information that impacts public health. I urge you to vote yes on this ordinance. Thank you.
That was the last individual.
No more. Brief presentation by staff.
Just two questions.
Good evening, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor. My name is Angela Garcia. I'm in the City Attorney's Office. This is a ordinance sponsored by Council Members Horton and Council Member Jackson. It has to do with detention facilities responding in writing to report reportable diseases. They would have to report these diseases within 48 hours so that there's not a threat to the community as a whole.
Questions to staff?
Mayor, let me add one thing too,
please.
In both 2026-23 and this ordinance apply to all detention facilities in the city of Aurora, not just the ICE facility. I want to make that clear, that even our detention facility will have to comply.
Very well. Questions to staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Horton.
motion to move this forward.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Horton, seconded by?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Jackson to approve item number 14B. Discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so as the speakers have noted, this is really basic common sense, right? We do not want our first responders arriving to the detention facility, becoming ill, becoming exposed to illness, and bringing that out to the rest of the community. I did also just want to thank and acknowledge Representative Ricks, my representative up until a few weeks ago, when I moved, for coming here and taking the time to share her perspective as someone who's also heard these issues come forward at the legislature.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Hancock. Horton. Oh, Horton. Councilmember Horton.
The other age. Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I also want to thank Representative Ricks for attendance and for your words. It was a pleasant surprise. And to thank staff for their work on this. And I do want to say that for my peers, if you look at if you have read the language and read through, it's very much tailored to detention facilities. There is no language targeting the GEO Detention Center. They are, as I've said in a recent media post, highly concerning what's being reported out. But sorry, guys. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Just definitely want to highlight that the language, make sure that we are in equal application for all detention facilities, as the City Attorney P. Schulte has shared, and that we have good sound policies when it comes to the safety and public health of not only those detained within facilities, but also our community at large.
Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of item number 14B.
Councilmember Gardner?
No.
The motion passes with 6 yes votes, 4 no votes from Councilmember Bergen, Gardner, Hancock, and Lawson.
Would the clerk now please read the title to item number 14C?
Item 14C is finalizing of ordinance 2026-25, appropriating sums of money in addition to those appropriated in ordinance numbers 2024-72, 2025-43, and 2025-106 for the 2025 fiscal year, and ordinance number 2025-96 for the 2026 fiscal year.
Is there somebody from staff that can speak to this? Okay.
Yeah.
Jackie.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
Jackie Amon from the Budget Office.
Please proceed.
The 2026 Spring Supplemental Ordinance includes final adjustments to 2025 budget and initial adjustments to the 2026 budget. At the last council meeting a couple weeks ago, Councilmember Bergen requested that we delay the decision regarding the item titled Transfer 3 FTE Public Defenders from Non-Departmental to Public Defender, and that decision be made in context of the 2027 budget deliberations. That her motion was seconded and passed, and so you'll see we included a continuation page in your packet describing that one item would be postponed. It didn't change the ordinance because it's moving from one general fund department to another, or it's actually not moving from one general fund department to another general fund department. So there's no financial impact. It's just delaying the decision or the deliberation of doing this to the 2027 budget process.
Okay. Questions, staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I move to approve item 14C with substitution of the amended supplemental. So to substitute the amended supplemental with the original supplemental as presented by staff at the last meeting.
So we after our one-on-one today, Mayor Pro Tem, we did have a conversation with Jackie because both of those items are in the general fund. The ordinance isn't that specific. So we didn't remove or add any monies in the general fund because it was a net zero. It just didn't change the classification from non-departmental to 3 FTEs. So I was informed by Jackie and the rest of the budget staff and my team that there was no substitution necessary because it was a total fund balance. And so since it was a net zero, we didn't need to amend, but it was in the continuation page to show that the Bergen Amendment did pass at the last meeting, but nothing was changed in the ordinance.
Okay, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So City Attorney Schulte, if we want to approve the decision to shift the funds from the non-departmental into the public defender's budget, do we need to make a motion to include those positions?
Yes, you would have to undo the Bergen Amendment from the last meeting and state that we are going to allow the 3 non-departmental positions to be transferred to FTEs under the public defender's budget.
So to clarify, though, that would still be a substitution of the supplemental as amended to the supplemental as originally presented.
So no, because this is one of those that's complicated because the ordinance itself is just based on the fund balances. So it would say, for example, general fund balance is increasing by $300,000. Now, by changing those classifications, the general fund balance is still going to be increasing by $300,000 from the other additions. So because council had action from that and it was documented in the backup as the continuation page, is one of the reasons why we have the continuation page. That is now, if you guys pass it today, that is what it will be moving forward, is that you will delay any discussion about changing those classifications until the budget workshop in the fall. Now, if you want to do that, all you need to do is make a motion to then re-include those transfers from non-departmental to the public defender's budget right now, have it seconded and vote, and then that would be updated in the continuation page and we would pass it like that.
Okay, so to clarify, the motion then, rather than substituting, would be pass the budget supplemental with the non-departmental, the transfer of the FTEs from non-departmental to the public defender's budget.
Correct, or to be simpler, undo the Bergen Amendment from 2 weeks ago.
We can make a motion like.
Well, I mean, this is a budget talks, right? Because it's not, we're not amending the actual ordinance that's getting passed. It's just looking at the actual internal intricacies of what we're doing because it's a budget document. So, but yes, either way, you can say we're going to undo the Bergen Amendment and make the transition from the 3 non-departmental decisions to positions to 3 FTE positions in the Public Defender's Office.
Okay, Mayor.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, sure. So moved, what the city attorney just said.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Second.
Councilmember Horton.
Oh, seconded by Councilmember Horton. Discussion?
Mayor Bergen?
Councilmember Bergen?
Yes, so my suggestion at the last meeting that passed on I believe on an 8-2 vote, was not changing, as you said, any of the actual budget, because it's in non-departmental right now, so that money is still accessible to the Public Defender's Office. The reason that I made that motion and that it was voted on 8-2 is because we are facing a deficit year. We also are no longer doing domestic violence cases and haven't, for a past year, so those are on the decline. So the budget, and this has been stated before by the Public Defender Office, that I want to say 80% of the cases that they deal with are domestic violence. So why would we add 3 FTEs ongoing permanently in a budget when we don't have all the data yet on the caseload? And all I'm saying is to please keep it for discussion at the budget workshop when we have all the information on our budget. Again, it doesn't change their funding. It just doesn't make it ongoing FTEs, which is kind of irresponsible to think that we're going to add 3 FTEs. And then if we have to do budget cuts, we very likely could cut those employees. I think that point was made last meeting, that we would be giving false hope to somebody that was hired and then have to fire them. So I just ask my colleagues to please vote no on the amendment and to stay with having this discussion at the budget workshop.
Mayor.
So Mayor, give me 1 second.
Okay.
I want to make sure that we have this clear. So Councilmember Coombs, you made the initial motion to approve 14C. We never got a second on that, and then you followed up with an amendment. She did it on the amendment, so I want to make sure we have a second on because here's the deal: if we just have the amendment, right, as the main motion and it fails, then 14C fails. So we want to do it in 2 steps. So one is, I need a motion to approve 14C, which you made, Mayor Pro Tem Coombs. I just need a second on that. Councilmember Medina has seconded that. Now, you made a follow-up, a motion to amend by stating that you want to transfer those 3 positions that were non-departmental under the Public Defender into the Public Defender's budget, which was then seconded by Councilmember Horton. So that's what we're debating right now, is the new amendment, which in essence is going to undo the Bergen Amendment from 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Further discussion. Councilmember Horton.
Thanks. Clarifying question. So, Councilmember Bergen, you brought this amendment up at our last city council meeting. Was this particular line item of the 2026 supplemental budget, did you bring this up at any of at the M&F policy committee or any of the other conversations that were held prior to it coming to the June 8th meeting?
I have brought this up a number of times.
It was presented, Councilmember Horton, my understanding, at the Management and Finance M&F Committee, and then it came to study session, and then it came to the floor, and that was the time that 2 weeks ago that Councilmember Bergen brought up the transfer.
Further discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Further
Mayor.
discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
So I would like to clarify the point kind of on what this does. The first thing is, this is really actually about being clear and transparent about where the money is already going and where the money already lives. So the money from non-departmental right now is being spent in the public defender's office. The vacancy savings for those 3 FTEs, as was detailed by City Manager Batchelor at the last meeting, are being spent not on FTEs, on contracts, and on variable hour employees. And so I would like to ask the public defender to clarify if that would be the continued use of these funds, as well as I just do want some clarification because folks keep saying 80% of the public defender's caseload was DVs before the transfer and that now it's not. So I just want to get clarity. What was the workload impact before and what is the workload impact now from Chief Public Defender Cadiz?
Proceed.
Thank you. Elizabeth Cadiz here, the Chief Public Defender, with the Public Defender Manager of Administration and Finance, Fatima Tabu, to answer specific data questions if needed. To answer your question, and as you said, the position funds are actually currently being used to compensate 2 filled non-lawyer VHBE positions. Neither are really impacted, or if impacted would be remotely impacted by the DV elimination because those VHBE positions are actually, like I said, non-lawyers. One is a mental health professional and the other is a client intake individual that handles PDAPs. The rest of the funds of the 384 that is currently budgeted as 3 Deputy Public Defender FTEs that sits in non-departmental are used to compensate our VHB mental health Deputy Public Defender and then pay the weekend court contract. To answer your question concerning ongoing, as I said, these positions are filled, and as far as the contract goes, the contract is in place. It's June, but for changes that I think have been referenced to weekend court or something, to be in place or put in place before the end of the year, I don't anticipate modifying the current design or the use. And then your second question, I think, involved the DV, the DV impact. I'll just say, one, my understanding is that we're having a larger conversation specific to DV reductions or DV workload impact at public safety and ongoing. But I'll just say that in terms of these particular positions, these really came about before even that court-wide workload study and were requested coming into 2023. It's really difficult to speak specifically to the impact on these positions in isolation, which is part of the reason to have them actually reflected in our budget. But certainly, I can answer specifically. I can also say that I don't know where 80% came from either. I think that there is a figure that's been thrown around a lot concerning the percentage of time worked on cases being higher for DVs than non-DVs. But again, that's sort of a larger discussion that I don't want to, I'm happy to, but don't know that it's relevant at this juncture.
Mayor Bergen.
Councilmember Bergen.
Yes, I remember the 80% because I believe you actually said it during, I think it was a work study that it was done, that it was mentioned, but it makes no sense. We are decreasing domestic violence cases, and if you don't need to hire 3 more FTEs, there's no reason to move it. It's in non-departmental, which actually you have to request monies from that non-departmental budget. So if there's a case for not having a need, it could be denied, but it hasn't been. And so there's no need to add 3 FTEs right now. Those are ongoing costs forever with benefits added to it and just strains the budget. I don't understand why this is such a problem to just delay it until the budget workshop. You can do whatever you want if this is approved, and add FTEs, without any really concern for the fact that we're going to be in a deficit and that your caseload is going down. Again, I urge my council members, my colleagues, to just keep it as is. They will still get the funding that she needs, and it needs to be discussed at the budget workshop, just like every other department.
Mayor.
Further discussion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so a couple things. One is that this does not actually change the budgeted amount. That's why we couldn't supplement a different ordinance, because the ordinance, the amounts of money are identical. We are not adding any money to the budget by shifting these positions from one part of the general fund to a different part of the general fund, which is the ask in this case. But I do want to clarify, because Councilmember Bergen said your caseload is going down. So cases across the board, not only focusing on DV. How many cases did you guys have at the beginning of this year, and how many cases do you have now?
Mayor,
Total
point of order.
cases.
Point of order. Mayor, point of order.
Yeah, Councilmember Bergen.
Yeah, this should be held for discussion at a budget workshop where we can request data and have Ms. Cadiz give us the information. We're not going to go back and forth tonight and get caseload information and it's not even verified. If this is what we're making the decision on, then let's wait till the budget workshop. Let's ask our questions. We can email our questions and we can have those answers at the budget workshop in September. Like this, I've never seen anything like this where we just like hijack a meeting and just go back and forth and have this kind of discussion.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem, did you? Who?
Yeah, so I just was hoping that the folks could answer the question that I asked about the caseload at the beginning of this year and currently. Number of cases.
And Your Honor,
opened.
if I could defer to Ms. Taboo. She has the data right here.
Sure, Fatima Taboo. So the statement about our caseload going down so far, as you know, you don't track data monthly, so it's not really going to give you the most insight. So we have quarterly data for 2025 first quarter and 2026 first quarter, where DVs comprise approximately 35% of our caseload. Previously, they are down to 19%. However, we have seen an increase in non-DV caseload. So in 2025 first quarter, we opened 997 cases. I omitted the citations because it's like 3 or 4, just not really relevant, but 336 DV, 645 non-DV. In the first quarter of this year, we opened 984. So our decline is approximately 1% for this first quarter. And of course, we are tracking it so that we can keep an eye on it as we go month over month. And at the end of June, we'll look at Q2.
Further discussion. Seeing none.
Mayor, call for the question.
I was just going to call for the question. Are you sure you want to do that? Do an additional motion?
We don't need, if there's no one else going to debate, call for the question. We don't need to.
Okay, call for the question.
So, voting on the amendment.
Call for the question on the Mayor Pro Tem amendment to 14C.
Councilmember Gardner.
No.
The motion passes with 6 yes votes, 4 no votes from Councilmember Bergen, Gardner, Hancock, and Lawson.
Wow.
The time is now at 10:08.
Wait, Mayor. Mayor, we
will-
need to vote on the main motion now. That was just for them.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay.
Now we have the 2026 spring budget supplemental.
Is there further discussion on the 2026 spring supplemental budget as amended?
As it originally was posted 2 weeks ago.
Okay. You don't say as amended?
You can do that.
All right, as amended. Okay. Discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of the 2026 spring supplemental budget as amended.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bergen? Councilmember Bergen? The motion passes with 7 yes votes, 2 no votes from Councilmember Hancock and Councilmember Lawson.
The time is now 10:09. We will stand in recess until 10:17. Called back into order. Will the clerk please read the title to 17A?
Item 17A is consideration to appoint 9 members to the Aurora Downtown Development Authority Board.
Motion is a presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor. Laura Perry, Deputy City Manager. This item appoints 9 members to the inaugural Aurora Downtown Development Authority, or DDA Board. The DDA was approved by voters at the November 2025 election and is a special district focused on infrastructure and economic vitality around the Colfax corridor. The city received 33 eligible applications, and interviews took place with 12 candidates between April 29th and May 5th. The full list of applicants can be found online. The DDA candidates were evaluated on their commitment to core board duties, involvement and relationships within the Colfax corridor, unique skills, background and experience, ability to work collaboratively, and alignment with the community vision and action plan. Upon conducting interviews, the interview panel recommended the appointment of 9 candidates, and I'm going to read each of them out loud for the record and their associated term. First candidate is Amanda Blaurock, with a partial term beginning June 22nd, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027. Second candidate, Priscilla Montoya, partial term beginning June 22nd, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027. Alamehu Eshete, term beginning June 22nd, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2028. Katie Goldman, term beginning June 22nd, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2028. Matthew Horn, term beginning June 22nd, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2029. Cynthia Moreno Romero, term beginning June 22nd, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2029. Twa Nguyen, term beginning June 22nd, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2029. Natasa Stevanovidi, term beginning June 22nd, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2026, and to a full term beginning July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2030. And Johnny Watson, partial term beginning June 22nd, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2026, and to a full term beginning July 1, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2030.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Move to approve or to appoint the candidates as presented by Deputy City Manager Perry.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by? Seconded by Councilmember Medina to approve item number 17A. Discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So just wanted to thank the community for providing feedback on these appointments, and Deputy City Manager Perry and the mayor for what was a tough set of choices that we had to make together, and some really thoughtful discussions around that, and some compromises that we made. One of those was to appoint 2 individuals whose associations are more in the sphere of nonprofits, and we appointed both of those folks to the partial 1-year terms to allow for time for the CDC to be stood up, at which point they'll have the opportunity to identify which individuals will best represent their interests as the Community Development Corporation, which will largely be composed of nonprofit members.
Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of item number 17A.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Gardner. Councilmember Gardner. Councilmember Bergen. The motion passes unanimously to adopt item 17A as presented.
Council reports. Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. This past weekend, I had the privilege of participating in Juneteenth. I got to walk in the Denver parade with the Aurora firefighters, Kat and her team, and that was great. I then went to the Aurora Juneteenth at the Restoration Church with Pastor Lane, where he's working on accessible and workforce housing. I got to read the proclamation, thanks to the mayor for allowing me to do that. Then I went to another Juneteenth celebration where I read a proclamation at Motion Supper Club. That's a new business that's located on Colfax and Clinton. This past week, I went to a Dungeons and Dragons game that was hosted by the Mission VAO Library, which was very interesting. I never played Dungeons and Dragons. I've only seen it on Stranger Things. I want to say Happy Pride Month. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that this is Pride Month. We have our public safety meeting. Our next meeting will be July 9th, 2026. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Coombs.
Mayor, thank you. I've been able to do a number of very exciting things in the last couple of weeks. I was able to present to the Community Advisory Council and have a discussion with them about the importance of trauma-informed practices and de-escalation, as well as the city being able to implement more resources for members of our community. I also was able to read a proclamation. The mayor was unfortunately not able to attend, so for the opening reception give opening remarks for the opening reception of Aurora Fest, and attend Aurora Fest and participate in the booth that Councilmember Horton arranged for council members to meet community members there at Aurora Fest. And then last week was able to participate in the BFABA Juneteenth celebration here at City Hall, as well as the MLK Art Selection Panel, so selecting finalists for a mural in the MLK Library, and toured the water quality improvements at the Cherry Creek Cherry Creek Reservoir with the Cherry Creek Basin Water Quality Authority. Attended Juneteenth this last weekend. I also had the pleasure of coaching my kiddos' T-ball team with Aurora Recreation, which has been very fun so far, and I have learned a lot. And attended the Juneteenth celebration at Restoration Christian Fellowship with my colleagues.
Councilmember Gardner. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it short tonight. I just wanted to shout out 3 events I was able to attend. The Arapahoe State of the County. That was a lovely ceremony and got a lot of updates from our county commissioners and what's happening at the county level. Was also able to attend Juneteenth celebration at Restoration Church this past weekend, and attended the Colorado Black Roundtable this past Thursday for Juneteenth with some of my colleagues on the council here. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Horton.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to say Aurora Fest was absolutely wonderful, and thank you to everyone, city staff and our community member that really showed up. It was beautiful to see the outfits and try the food and the music, and have an inaugural booth for city council members to sit and meet the community. And I just want to say that I'm excited for next year to do the exact same thing and have our own banner. So folks, we're not walking up to folks saying, hey, we're your city council member. Anyways, I really appreciate that. And I do want to note that at the last Horns, the Housing Policy Committee, I brought forth a resolution for the Aurora Regional Navigation Campus. And so look forward to having that conversation and study session upcoming in July. And to give community members a heads up that we are looking at that navigation campus and make sure that we do due due diligence when it comes to our unhoused community members. Also attended the Colorado Black Roundtable Juneteenth event. I do have a framed appreciation certificates for everyone on the dais that was given to us. They're sitting in my car, and because I was unable to be there in person tonight, I couldn't give that to y'all or put it in your mailbox. So that is due. And that was for the tobacco ordinance that was passed several weeks ago, led by council members Ruben Medina and Stephanie Hancock. I do want to remind folks that there is the Ward 1 Town Hall. We are meeting at Hoffman Heights Library in the community room. Presentations are going to consist around Build Up Aurora, as well as amendments to our UDO. It's going to start at 6 p.m. I will not be there, but I know city staff will take care of Ward 1 residents and anyone who decides to show up and learn about those two topics. And lastly, I do want to say happy Pride. And as we go into next week with July 4th, it's 250 years as a country, and a reminder that we're still fighting for the basic dignities and freedoms listed in the foundational aspects of our country. So with that being said, I am done.
Councilmember Wiles.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been a busy couple of weeks. We attended Aurora Fest. I had my town hall, which was well attended, and thank you to staff as usual for showing up and helping. I appreciate everybody's help. Attended the Juneteenth event on Sunday, the Colorado Black Roundtable, the Bafaba Juneteenth event, and then the Arapahoe State of the County. I am working with the Plains Conservation Art Selection Team, and we're going to be picking different art that will be displayed at the Plains Conservation Center. So if you are a Native American artist, make sure you look for those RFPs so that you can apply and share your art with us. I also want to welcome Special Olympics Colorado. They moved their headquarters to Aurora. Great move on their part. And right now they are in Minnesota attending the U.S. Games. We already have a gold medal in bocce ball. Susan and Jeff, they're a team and they got a gold medal. Autumn and Krista, who are two gymnastic superstars, did very well, came in 4th and 5th in the country. Our basketball and flag football teams have both won their first games, which is absolutely amazing. And so excited to have their organization here in Aurora. And then finally, I have my data center meeting. So next Monday from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Aurora Central Library, we will be discussing all things data centers. Please show up and have your questions ready so that we can get them answered and decide on a path forward when it comes to those in our community. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I also attended the Aurora Fest booth, working with some of my colleagues here to integrate and talk with constituents. Also went to the city Juneteenth event here at the AMC. Also went to an opening of a Dunkin' Donuts off Alameda and Havana, and also attended the Juneteenth Colorado Black Roundtables event as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Hancock.
Thank you, Mayor. This past week, I was able to attend at the Hyatt Regency Hotel Aurora Denver Conference Center, the RISE BEST Legacy Luncheon. It was great hearing more about the Success Summit and the Expo and what Carla Ladd and her team are doing to expand business opportunities in the community for young people. In particular, there was one young lady who started a soft drink company, and she is already a young millionaire, and she's from Aurora, which is really very inspiring to see. I also attended the preview night celebrating Philippine culture, the preview night for the Aurora Fest, and was able to hand out some certificates, or actually trophies, to business leaders in the immigrant community who exemplified themselves in serving the community. And I also on Saturday morning had the honor of singing the national anthem to open the Aurora Fest ceremony on Saturday morning, which was really great to be able to do that. I was also, along with the mayor, at the Dunkin' Donuts opening and the Havana bid, which is great. I went to the Shops Festival opening their first inaugural event on Saturday at the town center at Aurora. It's an outdoor farmers market that they will be having throughout the summer. The next one is on June 27th. They have farm to table fresh foods and I guess homemade snacks and dog treats and all kinds of cool stuff that is unique that you won't necessarily find in the mall. But these artisans and creators are from the local market. So it's really great. I got to meet some really terrific people at this event. I'm looking forward to the next Havana Bid Night Market, which will be coming up the last Saturday of this month. Last month, it's at Yale and Havana, right in Ward 4. Last month, we between 4,000 and 6,000 people traversed through that market. It is a huge, tremendous success. I want to send a special shout out and thanks to Visit Aurora because they have a new Tastes and Bites program. You get this little card and you can sample all the amazing flavors that are at the Havana Bid and get to sample because it's kind of hard to choose. There's so many to choose from. And if you're bringing 5 people, it's hard to do that. But you can get bits and bites and enjoy those flavors and get an experience of what the culture and food in Ward 4 really gets the opportunity to shine. And so that's my report, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lawson. Councilmember Bergen. Well, I want to thank staff for all their work, hard work in supporting so many events across the city. Just to name a few, Water Conservation, Aurora Fest, Juneteenth, Bafaba event as well as part of Juneteenth. And I will have a town hall meeting on July 18th at 2 o'clock at the Aurora Central Library. And in terms of my events, I usually post a lot of them on Facebook, and you can look that up at Mike Kaufman at Facebook. Mike Kaufman Facebook. With that, public invited to be heard.
Kirk Manzanares, followed by Aonte Anderson. Aonte Anderson, followed by Median Schaffner.
Mayor Kaufman, council members that actually showed up to work, plus Councilmember Horton. She did post on her social media that she was not going to be here. The others, at this point, I've attended more council meetings than Curtis Gardner. So whenever you'd like for me to just go ahead and I'll take his seat, I'm happy to go up there and vote for him since he can't be here in person. Additionally, since Jurinsky's dad said that me, Median, and Hashim are the shadow government of Aurora, y'all about to get written up because y'all didn't do what we said. We told y'all to vote one way and y'all voted against what we said to vote for. So just to let you know, you'll have a write-up in your email sometime in the next 2 to 3 business days since we run the city of Aurora. Third thing, Pete, I see a screw cap water bottle sitting next to you.
And watermelon.
And food.
Not the only one.
So,
Thanks.
look at this. Look at this. You see,
we talked. We're going to address that.
I got you. I just had to point it out because it was a whole issue when we walked into the council chambers, and it was as if the world was going to end if Median had a screw cap water bottle, and it was a matter of your security that we could not have that. So I just want y'all to know that everybody else got water bottles and got screw cap water bottles, or the alternative is what I heard is that Aurora is going to buy us new Stanley Cups with the new bond money. That's what I heard. Yep. Get that up. Yep. But on a serious note, I do want to make sure that we do tone set that, we have been here for 2 years. And that is a significant milestone. I don't know if you can point to any other city council or even any public meeting in our state where you could say a group has been consistent at every single meeting for 2 years, despite public comment going away, coming back, being in person, being virtual. One point there was that y'all remember the time where we signed up for every single public comment item we could possibly imagine. We have been here consistently because we want you to understand that when accountability is denied, we will not rest. And so we have shared moments of highs and lows. We have been able to see individuals graduate high school. We have been able to see family members achieve great things. But we also still have to tone set that the reason why we are here is not to talk about a water bottle. It's not to talk about any of the other issues. It's to talk about accountability being delayed. And again, I know that y'all can't fire Todd Chamberlain as a council, but you employ somebody who can. I look forward to y'all's future decisions.
Median Schaffner, followed by Veronica Seabron.
I'm also going to speak into the fact that we've been here for 2 years. We did not want to be here for 2 years. We're going to continue to come until change happens, but please know this is not of preference. There are so many other things that I can speak for my staff and my work that we can be plugging into something else, but we still have to show up here. And in the 2 years that we've been here, I want to make sure I name some things that we have seen since we've been here. We have seen the death of Corey Dillard, the death of Amari Garlington, the death of Rashad Johnson, the death of Rajon Belt Stubblefield, the death of Blaze Mason. We hear from Ms. Della Jordan as often as she can come. We hear from other constituents that continue to tell you that there is something wrong. We do not want to have to keep coming to this space to speak into this. We would rather be coming to say 2 years later, look how we collaborated. Look how we came together to ensure that there were changes in a city that deserves something different. This has never been about who's in charge. This has never been about control. I don't think any of us, well, maybe some of us, but I know for sure, I don't want the story that I have to tell my grandchildren. I know I have to tell it, but this is not the story that I want. If the story had to stop today, it would destroy me to tell my grandchildren this story. That's why we keep coming back, because we know this story is supposed to end differently. I can't speak for the hearts of the people that are on the dais. I can only speak to the responsibility that you have to your constituents. So I am not here to change your heart or even your mind. But I will most certainly continue to show up to change outcomes. Because at the end of the day, the list is too long. And 2 years is way too long.
Veronica Seabron, followed by Hashim Coates.
I only planned on speaking once tonight, but as usual, as I sit in this chamber, my heart has changed. I will say that this city council is consistent, but consistent in the wrong places. I've been coming here personally for 1 year and 4 months, and I have seen so much consistency in the lack of care, consistency in the lack of compassion, consistency in these very chambers to be lost on what's happening and disorganized, consistent of arguments with each other and tearing down one another. Also, as a vice and a reminder, the hot microphones are on, so the snickering and the deep breaths from boredom are consistent too. Like I stated earlier, I saw favoritisms and contradiction. I saw no action taken, and that leaves me with less trust that positive, proactive actions on any of our issues will be taken. If we can't be fair on water, I question what era is this chamber living in? But these are patterns of Aurora that we continue to see. The buried children know these patterns all too well. As community that you chose to dismiss, we have lived the consequences. So we will keep showing up, not for the headlines, not for the handshakes, but for consistent reminders of the lives that should still be here. Consistent for the babies who are missing their daddy's kiss. Consistent for the families who refuse to disappear. Now, I will use the remaining of my time and go into my mother mode and tell you to sit and think about what you have been told. Because tonight, you get to go back to your safety, to your comfort, as we have to go back to empty rooms with empty promises and back to the victims left behind who are living and living scared. So take this moment, reflect, and think on what you have been told. Take the remainder of these 50 seconds. Think on everything you have heard tonight. And I really hope you took the time to think on what you heard from all of these people.
Hashim Coates.
This place sucks when it comes to accessibility. And I think that if you're allowing the derelict city council members to repeatedly chime in remotely, that same thing should be afforded to the citizens and the residents of Aurora who want to participate and have their First Amendment rights heard. If not, I think that might be something worth filing a lawsuit against. Additionally, I want to just remind everyone that we are in an election season, and while it doesn't directly affect this council, it directly affects the people who are listening to me right now. Use this as a measure. Those who have the most money probably are not the people that you need to be voting for to support you. So this is the thing to let people know that One Main Street and their tentacles are active in the race. Do not support their candidates. Also, as we prepare, as you all prepare to celebrate this country's birthday, I encourage you to read the writings of Frederick Douglass. What does the 4th of July mean to the Negro? I think that is still applicable. If you need help in remedial coursework and understanding that, let us know. We will go ahead and get that to you on that. Also, I want to just revisit, someone had asked me about what did I mean about Debbie Stafford and Mike Kaufman. Well, Debbie had a conversation with me, and she told me of an incident where she met Mike in his office and he got pissed at her. And he decided to behave like a child, like a barbarian, like a brute, like a thug, and became physically aggressive with her. Debbie and I have not always seen eye to eye. I mean, there's more occasions that we see, rarely do we see eye to eye on something. But I told her that there is no way that that thing should have happened. If I was there, it would not have happened, or it would have ceased and been addressed. I want the people of Aurora to know that that is who you have as your mayor. A thug, a brute, someone who likes to prey on people who he feels won't fight back. We've seen that violent, thuggish behavior here in these chambers when he decided to charge someone who was young enough to be his grandson. He's a bully, and it's not acceptable, and it is not what the city of Aurora deserves to be represented by, unless those are the values of the city. So again, I just say, make this place accessible for the people to be here. If the council members can chime in remotely, the residents of Aurora should be able to do the same thing.
Good night.
That was the last individual.
Seeing no further business before the Aurora City Council, meeting is adjourned.